am not muted. I am not muted. It is your perception. It is your shut up, everyone. It's your perception. If you just believe and look within yourself, feel your surroundings, you can manifest the fact that I was not mute. What I was trying to say, I just lost my voice. I wasn't mute. What I was trying to say when I lost my voice was hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hi, Star. What do you mean we can't catch a break? This is our break. It's stream time. It's chill time. Congrats on first again, what? Of course. Hi. Hello. Saliawa. Quantum for once. Hello for once. Shit. And Shanks. And Koga. Hello. Spoke to you just before stream. Apologies. I got busy setting it up. Oh my god. I was on vocal rest the entire week, so I had to do a last minute warm up. Hello. Yeah, 3D Sebi. Not of my accord, by the way, Exalt. That's not by me. That is by our resident web fisher. Shock787. Okay, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. You can hear me? You can hear me. Perfect. Perfect. Wow. Wow. Hey, Bubble. How you doing? How you doing? Hi. Happy early Chinese New Year? I think. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cancel me if I'm right. But as far as I know, it's Year of the Snake, which that's me. But like, oh my god. Happy early Chinese New Year. I don't know if any of you celebrate because I actually don't do anything. Even though I technically have one single Chinese relative, making me fucking, if you divided by 4, carry the 2, fucking 1/16th of Chinese. We don't do shit. The most that we do is do the red envelope thing, but that's more of a, wow, it's shiny, look how fancy we are sort of thing, rather than happy Chinese New Year, yay kind of thing. Just kick back, no traditions, just money. The best tradition of all. Allah. Year of the Moon Muncher. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. I did consider, thanks to Egg Salt. Thank you so much for reminding me it was actually a holiday. I don't have class. I will consider, depending on how tomorrow's Baldur's Gate stream goes. If it goes well, if we don't scuff, we're gonna play Detroit Become Human on January 29. 8 p.m. No, not 8 p.m. Maybe earlier. Basta! You know. I don't even know if we're still at 200, but we did reach it at one point, so I should probably, like, you know, do something. New year, new fish skin. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. I cracked my neck. Exactly. Knock on wood. Knocking on wood right now. Knocking on wood. Let's hope for the best. We're gonna be replaying Detroit Become Human, and I'm gonna see if I can mod it or not. If not, Eddie fucking we'll see what I can do. Hold on. And today's just gonna be a short, hopefully short, just chatting stream, because I've been quite busy. I've been really busy with commissions. Just wanted to make time for y'all. Hi, Cub. How you doing? I was just on your stream like last night. Then I fell asleep before I could chat because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna leave this on for a few minutes and then I'll say hi. I fell asleep. Oh, fuck. Excellent says, by the way, I'm done for my program preparation. Just gotta let my team finish up. Team? Just gonna let my team finish up the booth decoration and outfit. 60% of my assignment, dog. Jesus. Good luck. Dress up as a fish. I'll pay you. I will pay you if you use a fish suit. You know, like the onesie. No, not like the gargoyle shark style type of onesie. Like just a fish on its side, and your head is poking out of where its fin should be. Like fucking the news anchor from SpongeBob, but your face is pointing through him. You've killed him. He's your skin suit. What the fuck am I saying? Happy New Year! Yay! Yay! Cup says, no, no, I'm glad. You need the rest. You've been busy. I have. Fucking shit. I have. I have really been busy. You're probably wondering why this stream is called Dog Piss, which it should be called Dog Piss, if my fucking OBS worked right. That's a long story. I don't know why I brought it up now. Too early, Sebi. Ignore everything I just said. Anyway, I've been really busy. I've been really busy. I don't know. How are you guys? How's everybody? How's your week been? We are oh my god. What the 1, 2, 3. We are in the 4th week of January 2025 already. Damn. In my head we're only like in the 2nd week. Weird. What was I gonna say? No, this whole week has been just completely commission. Wake up, I do commission, I go to class, I do commission, I go to sleep. Wake up, do commission, I go to class, I do commission, I go to sleep. I wake up, I do commission, I go to class, prepare for stream, and then I go to sleep. Legitimately. You guys want to see my commission? Hold on. Let me show my baby. Hold on. I'm actually quite proud of this one because I've been so burnt out. I didn't do too bad. It's got a few kinks, so it's not amazing, but hold on. Art. Let me go to my Google Drive. Don't say any of the usernames. Fuck, where is it? There it is. Can I download this in less than 5 minutes, please? Alright. Wait patiently. Hold on. I can do this. I can stream. I know how to stream. Why is this still here? What the fuck? I don't remember why I had this up. You talk a lot of shit for a dude in Gumshot test. I don't remember why I have this up. I'm so sorry. Hold on, I'm sorry. Here it is. Here. Wow. Let's reveal it VTuber style. Oh? My tracking is struggling today. Wow. Wow. Oh. What the fuck? It's delayed. But yeah, that's me. Look at it. It's cool. It's cool, right? I made this. Be proud of me. Please. This took me around an average commission takes me around 40 hours, but this one took me roughly 25 hours. So I've been improving in terms of speed. Pretty good. Fun fact, the dragon is based off of Komodo dragon anatomy, and the wings are albino bats. Yes. Oh, it's an original character. I like your username. It's an original character from one of my clients. My lovely return client. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Look at it again. Wow, texture. Wow. One of the main things, if you are curious, one of the main things that helped me like literally divide my process in half is to like embrace the painting style. If I zoom in once again, you see, if you look closer, there's a lot of shit that's not exactly clean, or I've covered it up with sparkles. Like there's texture. You think that texture's on purpose? No, fucking shit. That's just remainders of my process. Wow, art student. Tangina, puta. Oh, fun fact. You guys remember? Fuck, what was her name? I forgot her name. I had a friend on here. I brought a friend on here to read my werewolf fanfiction together, right? and she was a fox. I forgot her fucking name. She's gonna kill me. I forgot her in-law name. But she's interested in becoming a VTuber as well. I think it's just the biggest hurdle is her schedule and the equipment for her. But she's interested. I got her hooked. I don't know. OMG, when was this? Way last year. Very early. I think 4 months into me streaming at all. Uh, I dug up an old Wattpad fanfiction of my not even fanfiction, it's just fiction. It's an original story. Completely of my own volition, completely no one forced me to do this. I woke up one day as an 8-year-old and was like, I must write about Alpha and Omega. I did not know what the terms meant. Utang ina. How you forgot your bestie? She has an in-law name. I forgot it. Fuck, she's not awake. No one tell her. No one tell her. Okay, if she ever does become a VTuber, no one tell her. I forgot her fucking name. Shit. I'm not dropping the fanfic. I'm never bringing that to light ever again. Ever again. Also, hi Star. You are revived. Yes. You saw Bet. I use Bat Anatomy. Look at that. That was pretty cool, right? That was pretty cool. Actually, the original Bat reference photo had a lot more red because, of course, you're gonna see a little more of the blood vessels of a bat. But I chose not to. I chose not to. You know why? You know why? Because magic. You know, yeah, exactly. This is why I love fantasy. You see how not enough of his arm is like it should be like illuminated by the glowing staff. You see that? You see that? You know why it's not glowing? Cause it's magic. Cause I said so. Fuck it. I'm the fucking artist. Reality can be whatever I want it to be. That's how Thanos talks. That stream was a banger. That stream was so fucking funny, dude. That one clip, if you can see it, I don't know if it's still up on my Twitch page, but that one clip where she forgot how to say, what was the word? She forgot how to say one word and kept repeating it, and and I was like, say that word again, one more time, and she was so proud of me. She had every right to be. I'm losing my voice already. Jesus. Diaphragmatic breathing. Diaphragmatic breathing. Come on. Voice actor. Bats are so stinking cute. I'm so sorry for dying, Sebi. I am in fact also playing Roblox. No problem. Dude, I saw you. I saw you playing the other day, but I was playing with my little brother. Oh my god. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you've been enjoying. Oh, it's actually not the other day. Actually been quite a while, but I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. But start enjoy. Jesus Christ! I got fucking not back from that shit. Sorry, I couldn't reach the mute button in time. Also, thank you. Glad to have you. Hi. What the fuck? Oh my god, boss, please, my Cinema Sins parody video needs it. The fuck is that? You said that so long ago. That was like last millennia when you said it. I've aged like 80 fucking years. I've reached menopause by the time you're gonna let that release. Is that even real? I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I'm gonna be playing Baldur's Gate with this dude. Speaking of, we need to coordinate, Bubble. We need to coordinate. Please. I'm paranoid of my tech. We need to prepare. Please. For those of you that don't know, we're going to be streaming Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Why do I have an accent? I don't know. You know, fun fact, until today, Bubble, that comment you made about me sounding like a mixture of something else and Schwager Shoals has stuck with me. Just before this stream, I was like, do I sound like Schwager Shoals? It's cause I bet you it's probably because of the way I say I swear. Like I swear. I sometimes say I swear instead of I swear. I swear. I swear. 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 I, I swear. I swear. I swear on my grandmother. I swear. Fuck! What the fuck? I don't even say that in real life, just on stream. Maybe like the increased use of air makes me say I swear. I swear. That's a lot of air. What the fuck am I saying? Anyway, hi, Happy New Year. Happy Chinese New Year. Happy New Year. And Year of the Snake, Year of Me. Holy shit, that's such good timing. I love that. I love that so much. What does Year of the Snake mean? Like, I know a lot of like Chinese culture, they have a lot of symbolism. What does it mean? The University of Sydney.edu.au. What is? Why is my tracking so wonky today? Hold on. You know, nothing humbles you more than a VTuber and looking at your facial tracking. Cause it generates like a little like dot version of your face to track the key points. I can see like my jaw is dislocated. It is like leaning to the left in the fucking tracking window. That is so fucking damn, thank you. Like I couldn't be reminded of my chronic addiction. Addiction. Addition. Chronic condition even more. Anyway, what does the snake symbolize in Chinese culture? Interestingly, the metaphors and the meaning of the meaning of the snake in Chinese literature and mythology are polar opposites. On the one hand, the snake belongs to the yin associated with darkness, dampness. Why damp? Why am I damp? And femininity. That's fucking wrong. Poisonous snakes are often associated with evil women who seduce men and suck their yang. Shit. Suck their yang to nourish their yin. What? I fucking what? What the fuck? What does it mean? However, snakes also have positive symbolism. For example, they are regarded as little dragons. Xiaolong, I'm butchering that. And the skin snake shed is referred to as the dragon's coat. This is my year. This is my fucking year. I don't claim anything. I don't claim anything. I don't claim. No. I don't suck any yin or yang. I don't got any yin. I don't got yang. I don't need your yin. I don't need your yang. I don't need your. I don't need no nourishment. I have my sinigang mix, and that's all I need. Suck. I'm hyper today. Please excuse me. Please excuse me. Dumb China Sebi when? It's not racist if I have the blood, right? I'm gonna shut up before they nuke me. I'm gonna The snake also symbolizes the pursuit of love. Joy and happiness, a theme beautifully illustrated with the traditional folktale, The Legend of the White Snake. Oh, I've heard of that one. That's the one based on the movie. The snake can also represent wealth and wisdom. You hear that? You hear that? I'm wise. I'm fucking wise. I got wisdom. Don't give me your yin or your yang. I got enough wisdom for everybody. I'm wise. What is it? What else did it say? Fuck. I already forgot what I was reading. Wealth! Oh my god. And in traditional Chinese culture, they are often grouped with the turtle and the crane as a symbol of longevity. I'm longe. I'm longe. I'm longe. I'm longe, guys. How longe are you? I'm about. Shut up. I was gonna make a dick joke. That's not me, that's not me, that's not me. Avoid the voices, avoid the voices, avoid the voices. My Jev is so long. Thank you so much, Jinyang. You know Jinyang's got some longevity. Shut the fuck up. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood, okay? I slept 8 hours consistently this week. Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? I slept 8 hours. I'm great. I'm feeling great. I've been eating street food and solely street food, specifically food off of the street, but I've been sleeping 8 hours. It feels great. It feels fucking dope. Just think of the guy from Spirited Away. Does he suck your yin to get his yang? To get his yang off? So fucking stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Be the most racist you can be. That's a trap. Here's what I think of Chinese people. They're lovely. Nuances, wow, longevity, wisdom, wealth, you definitely are those. Absolutely. If there's anything y'all know me for, it's my survival instinct. I'm gonna live long with a daily diet of quack quack and sinigang powder. Oh, I fucking died, dude. Inhaled like a piece of fur from my dog. Shit. Oh my god. It's just. It's in my stomach now. Anyway. I thought you were just gonna go with I'm long. See, I'm not that funny, Star. That's why I have you guys to compensate for myself. Oh my god, long man. I fucking love that guy. Holy shit. Long man. It's not about how long your Jeff is, it's how you use it. We're having a good time. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a good time. I'm happy today. It's a wonder how much good sleep does to you. Watch me never sleep like this again. Good sleep schedule, Sebi. Why did you write that in all caps? Why are you so surprised? Surprised. 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 Why are you so surprised? Surprised. 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 Why are you so surprised? Exalt. But is it bussin' though? Oh, it bussin' good. Enough to yin your yang. That's so fucking stupid. What the fuck? University of Sydney? Okay, it's not stupid. It's not stupid. But the way I'm interpreting it is stupid. Sydney, there's nothing wrong with you. Mwah, I'm sorry. Goodbye. Please don't cancel me. Jesus Christ. Anyway, you eat food off of the street. I saw this rat in the middle of the road. That dude was chonking. Like, he was the size of my arm. If you need more of a scale than that, he's like 2 iPhones. Wait, no, my hand isn't that long. No, it kinda is. Well, I am built like Slenderman. Disproportionate and malnourished. Anyway, I saw this rat on the side of the road. He was flattened. He was like a pancake. He was like a mix of like red slurry and fur. I'm sorry, was that too graphic? I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but he was like dead, and I was like, wow. Wow. We were talking about food? What were we talking about? Did the sun rise from the wet or the eat? Huh? I don't fucking know. I don't leave my room. What's the food? Oh, if you guys don't know, quack quack is basically quail eggs wrapped in like a breading. They basically deep fry. They give it like the KFC treatment. I fucking love it. I've had like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I've had 30 this week. The guy who sells it knows me intimately. But I think he doesn't recognize me each time because every time I ask, "Makano po?" Like I've never been there ever again because I'm trying to fool him into thinking that I'm healthier than I actually am, even though I'm built like this. Star says, I think I'm too zoning out for this conversation. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. I am overwhelming myself. If I'm overwhelming you, then that's perfectly proportionate. Oh, dude, imagine quack quack and sinigang powder. Idea. The core memory of the first hangout, dude. I didn't speak for shit in the first hangout. I was scared of you. I was so scared. I was scared. Oh, Nuat says anyway, I'm gonna go draw, work on Argy shit. Good luck, have fun. You good luck, have fun. Go do your thing. I'm surprised. I'm schizophrenic. What do you mean my arm isn't that big? I have my phone in my hand. You see this yellow paper pad? In real life, this is my phone. I'm holding it in my hand, legitimately. I'm gonna hit you with it. You hear that? That's my phone. Okay. I'm sorry for your ears. I'm gonna put it against my wrist. That's one phone. All right. I'm gonna turn it around. I'm gonna turn it around to elbow. That's another phone. I'm that long. I'm that long. Star says, I'm locked in. I close Roblox to figure out what is happening. Big mistake. Big mistake. The only way you can experience me is by by proxy. Jin Yang, I will now purposely run over small animals for Sebi to eat them later. Hey, I didn't say I would eat. I didn't say I would eat. That shit was unseasoned. Gotta eat a balanced meal though? Okay, never mind. Jin Yang, bring them my way. I need variants. Quantum said. What's a quack quack? Quack quack! Quack! Say after me. Quack quack. Good! Good job. One more time. Quack quack. Yeah? Okay, okay, one more time. Peck peck ma ba. Putang ina. Stop. I'm freezing. My PC doesn't want to listen to me. I gotta make the air come colder. I'm not shivering enough. Let's make it like 16 degrees. There we go. Maybe we need an intervention for Sebi. I have been 25 days sampalok mix free. I've eaten like a mountain of salt, but I'm sampalok mix free. I am fine. You don't need to worry about me. You don't need to worry about me. I'm good. I'm good. Jin Yang says, oh shit, good luck, have fun is a synonym. I thought they were just. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's an acronym. Yeah. Exalt says, I'm gonna buy I had a stroke? Exalt says, I'm gonna buy a flight to the Philippines to throw this slipper at you. Skill issue. Throw it from there. I'll catch. Give me the chapel. Who here is gonna understand that? I learned that from my Indian and Pakistani friends. Oh, acronym. Genius says, sorry, I got those too. No, it's okay. You cut that from me. I'm so sorry. She doesn't let me blink without permission. You know, you know how you like manifested yourself into being my mod? You know how you kept saying that out loud that it eventually became true? You know when you say things out loud, they eventually become true? I'm starting to get the hint that you're trying to manifest something else. Oh. So like, guys, when I get canceled, just know Bubble asked for it, okay? Bubble asked to be underpaid. Bubble asked to be abused. Shut up. I'm sorry. No, my leg. Oh my god. Winter, are you okay? She just flipped her whole bed over. Exalt says, would you like to be a beta tester to my game, Swin? Sure! Can it run on a fucking microwave toaster? Because that's what my PC is right now. Because it doesn't want to be cold in my room. I made it for I made it for kids, so it's totally doable for you. Brother, I'm an honor student. I don't deserve this. I had a test today. I did very well. I studied every day, every night. I sound like a child. I did very hard. I did very good work. I work very hard. Exalt says I made it for kids. Oh, I already fucking read that. Oh my god, I am a child. Jesus Christ. Quantum says, I'll become a VTuber one day. Totally not manifesting. Oh, say it again, say it again, say it again. You gotta say it like 20 times, and then write it down 20 times, fold the paper in half, and put it up your ass. That way it'll become true. Anong hot child? Tangina. 3.5 GPA. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wait, I'm not exaggerating. Wait. Wait, oh my god, wait, I'm fucking offended. Wait, like legitimately, what do you mean? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with 3.5? 3.5 is really good. Wait. I'm being legit. I'm being legit. Wait, like what's wrong with 3.5? Is that not good? Is that not good? Wait. What's wrong with 3.5? What's wrong with 3.5? To an Asian? Nah. I mean, I'm a streamer. What do you expect? It's your fault for ever expecting anything from me. Speaking of which, my inability to stick to the script. What did I fucking write down? I had like talk about commissions and then I just didn't say anything else. Oh, yeah, yellow paper story. Why my stream is called dog piss. Oh wait. Exo's saying something. Anyways, you want to give it a try later? Yep. If it doesn't take like 6 hours to download. Wait, it's a 3.5 out of what? 3.5 out of 4.0, like 4.0 GPA shit in college degree, college grade terms, you know. But back to the dog piss. I gotta fucking tell you this because this just happened like yesterday. And up till now, I can smell the dog piss from here. If you've ever smelled it, if you've ever had a dog, you can get used to that shit. You can get desensitized to that shit. To the point where if you go to class and your notebook is drenched in dog pee and your nose is very not sensitive, something won't be right and you won't know. So something happened yesterday. Y'all gotta sit down for this and maybe don't drink any water. I had a history class, and for this particular history class, we had an assignment. We had a weekly assignment to be written On a yellow piece of paper. This piece of paper. Okay? Okay. You're following? Following. Yeah. This same size, this same color, same texture, not the same dryness. Because what happened was I spent all day writing out my handwritten essay because our teacher's so particular about handwriting. He's so strict. He wants to instill good values in us. He used to be in the army. So I'm like, I'm a good student. I'm wise. I'm longevity. I'm gonna write this shit good. I spent the whole day. I even had the fucking time records. I spent the whole day writing a beautiful essay. Top to bottom, back to back, page to page. And I put it away on top of my bag near the door. So I wouldn't forget. Okay? Come the next day, I'm confident. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to smash this grade for this week, right? And then I go to class, and I realize, fuck, I forgot my paper at home. So I very calmly put my bag down, and I stand back up, and I run all the way fucking home. I run across the street. I run down the fucking sidewalk. I'm dodging people. I'm dodging trees. I'm dodging the dead pancake rat. I burst into my fucking building. I run all the way up the stairs. I go to my fucking place. All right, and then I open it. This wave hits me. It smells a bit odd. I can't put my finger on it, but I don't mind it. I entered my unit even more, and I see my essay. Oh, there it is. Thank God. Oh my fucking God. I worked so hard on this. It's on the floor. Drenched. It was already yellow. It got more yellow. It's more yellow. It's like this dark yellow. It's drenched. All of my the words are bleeding. It's ripped in half a little bit from being tossed around. I don't know what the fuck my dog did. Winter, this is about you. Yeah, you're looking at me. This is about you. She pissed on it. Because, fun fact, this dog is potty trained. Anything that looks like a pee pad, she will piss on. You know what looks like a pee pad? Anything with 4 sides and 4 corners. She knows basic geometry, but she doesn't know that a piece of paper is not her fucking pee pad. So I panic, like, oh, fucking shit. I'm screwed. I take my laptop. In a fit of panic, I take my laptop because I left my fucking phone in class. I take my laptop and I angle it in a way where I can take a picture with the fucking desktop cam so I can save it in my Google Drive for evidence because I'm scared of this army teacher. This professor, okay? He's so scary. He gave us fucking student council elections and a seat plan for college students. I'm scared. I'm panicking. I slammed my laptop down. I regret slamming my laptop down because it's my laptop. And I cut off the piss part. I cut off the piss part and I stuff the most dry part inside my bag and I bring the rest of the yellow paper. I run down the street. I run across the rat. I run into school. I fucking book it up the stairs. I did it by stairs because the elevators are fucking broken. I have to walk into class. You know that kind of like walk you do when you have to pretend like you just weren't running a fucking marathon? Like I almost topple over and I'm like, hello, sir? Hello, sir? And then I sit down and I write my entire fucking essay again. From start to finish, I write it again in the span of 20 minutes. Give me a fucking applause. Give me a standing ovation, because I must have developed carpal tunnel all over again. My God. I was even like holding my hand with my right hand with my left, like watching it shake, hoping other people would see me, hoping that the professor would look at me and be like, that's a hard-working student right there. I forgive her. I'm not gonna dog her grade down. I was putting on a show. I wanted him to see my pain, okay? I was doing my best. I did my work, please. So, I finish. Right before he stands up and the documentary they're watching ends, he stands up and says, "Okay, hand in your papers. That will be your attendance for today." And I breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, in my head, in my head. I'm not doing that. Jesus Christ, who do you think I am? I do that in my head. I'm good. I'm safe. It's just that I've got half a piece of piss paper in my bag, just in case, just for evidence, and a Google Drive picture. If he doesn't believe me, I've dealt with his kind before. I know how to deal with his breed. Oh my god. It goes off without a hitch. He accepts it. No problem. We're good. We're good. We're great. Oh my god. I even like hold my breath on the weight of walking over to him and giving him my paper. My handwriting is shit. You could not read that. I would absolutely be passed off as a kindergartner with that handwriting, but I'm done. I'm fucking done. Some of that I wrote from memory. Come on. Come on. 3.5 GPA. That's good enough. Anyway, and so the class continues. We're good. We're done. We're fine. We're out in the clear. I walk out. I meet up with my friends. We're talking, and I tell them, guys, my paper was covered in piss, and I tell them the whole story from start to finish. And they're like, "Oh my god, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot." And the sir's gonna smell the paper and be like, smells weird. Smells unique. Wow, what is this?" And I was like, no, I did my best. It doesn't still have piss. And they were like, your paper still has piss on it. Your essay, little piss essay, piss girl. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, shit. Yeah, sure. I looked at the elevator that we're waiting outside of. My professor was at the front. He did not walk away like I thought he did. He had the yellow papers under his arm. And I watched the elevator doors close. I was like, I'm failing this class. Ayoko na! He absolutely heard me. I was so loud. He absolutely heard me. It is such a small area. Such a small. All the ceilings are really low as well in that particular building. Yes, he fucking heard me. I'm an architecture student. I'm telling you the acoustics. Do you want me to? I can even like calculate the fucking reverberations of that room, and I'm telling you, he heard me. That there was reverb. I would might as well had a fucking microphone. I feel so shit. I felt like absolute ass. He knew. He knew. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah. That's why I'm holding paper. To commemorate. Shit. Ah. This is how Sebi gets kicked out. This is the fucking class that I'm president of. Class president ako. I am class president of that class that I submitted the piss paper to. And that I announced I had a piss paper to. Comedy episode Aste. It's funny for you. I was so fucking stressed. Can you stick it on your forehead? Oh, smell. Anyway, my school bag has smelled like dog piss for the past week, and I only realized earlier, like 2 hours ago. I wore that shit on my back in a crowded elevator. I feel bad. I feel really bad. Anyway, Year of the Snake, wise, wisdom, longevity, femininity, yeah, piss. Right, piss girl on it. I wish I could. I can't do that, unfortunately. I don't possess that type of that type of what? Fucking what am I saying? I got you. I'm just lazy. I was making excuses. I apologize. I will be better for the next 5 minutes and never again. I will download this asset and I will write on it. For you. Putang ina, don't clip that shit! Don't! Shit! Imagine my fucking teacher like, ah, so you didn't give me piss paper. Hala, may ihi sa paper mo. Oh my god, class president ka? Oh my god, ihi is piss. Fucking hate it, dear. I fucking hate it, dear. Yeah, pat the piss paper. You're infected now too. You got your fingerprints on it. I'm fucking lightheaded. So annoying. Wasted means annoying. Fucking fuck. Does this have a Comic Sans font? Yes, it does. Of course it does. I miss Sans. It's been so hard since he's been at war. I wish he'd come back. Oh fuck, don't. Oh my god, I downloaded all. That's the sound of my soul dying when I realized my bag smelled like piss in class. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Do I put that shit in the washer? This is a legitimate question. This is a cry for help. I don't know what to do, please. Ah, that shit's leather. It's a really old bag. Ah, fuck. Kasi naman! Si Winter! Koga says, I have no context what's going on. Help, it's getting weirder and weirder. Don't worry, don't worry. You didn't miss much. It's just that I submitted, I forgot my essay at home that I worked like a full day on. I forgot it at home, so I went back home and I found it in piss and I brought it back to school and then I had to rewrite it from scratch and then I gave it to the teacher and then we ended the class and then we left the class and I started talking about it to my friends and my friends were like, oh my god, you have piss on your essay. Haha, you have piss on your essay. Haha, you have piss on your essay. And then I saw my teacher in the elevator and he absolutely heard me. I would love to tell you that, haha, I'm just kidding. I'm exaggerating for VTuber haha shenanigans. No! Sorry. I'm so aggressive. No. I'm so fucking sad about that. I tried so hard and I put a bad impression. Sir, I'm sorry. Please give me my 3.5 GPA. uh, Stupid. Me, I'm stupid, not you, sir. Please. I'm scared. What the fuck? That's the wrong file? What? No! I downloaded the wrong file. I hope you guys are enjoying the very suave and smooth jazz in the background of me killing my vocal cords. I was on vocal rest the whole week for this. I don't know if it was worth it. Okay, should be fixed now. All that just to do this to myself. All of that shenanigan to do this. Yep. See, even VTube Studio can keep up with me. It doesn't want to. Kadiri. Piskul. Quantum, are you happy? Wait, for anyone who comes in without context, it's gonna be really weird. I don't fucking care, whatever. Whatever. Also, hi here, 147. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Fuck. I'm so sorry. What the fuck is piss paper? Ito! Piss paper! It's paper with piss! It's a piece of paper! Get it? Piece of paper. I'm so funny. Exalted says, I'm gonna hop off for now to be a better teammate. Rivals? 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 Okay, you go. But may your paper get pissed more. Putangina mo. Tangina mo. Bubba says, the Diary of the Wimpy Kid had the cheese touch. We have the piss touch. It's arguably so much worse. It's warm. Remember the forever piss puddle in the What? 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 What do you mean? I'd like to think that somewhere, someone out there wanted to make a permanent marker but with piss color. That'd be really fucking funny. You draw something on someone's face, it looks like piss, and it's permanent ink. Quantum says, don't worry, my dog won't save my paper next to my homework. See, I didn't want to tell Sir that because it sounds so cliche. Sir, I'm sorry. My dog pissed on my paper. I'm serious. Look, I have evidence. Look at my G drive. I have a fucking I have evidence. Look, sir, I salvaged it. I hold up a fucking Ziploc bag labeled Evidence Exhibit A. Sir, look, I salvaged the rest of the paper. Look, it's so neat. Look at the handwriting, please. I was so ready to do that. I'm not joking. I was ready. I was prepared. You piss papered on me. Sorry. Do you want? There. There. Yes. If it's leather, never mind. Let it out to air. And then, wait, let it out to air. And then what? The piss is just gonna fucking solidify? It's gonna become one with my bag? That bag will forever be the piss bag? Hand wash that thing? Oh, I'm scared. What if the leather like breaks off? Can you Koga says, piss in Tagalog is ihi. Can you say ihi? Yay! Oh my god, I can make it a hat. Wait. I can make it a hat. Oh, fucking shit. I can make it a hat. Oh, there's an ad upcoming, but Oh my god. Does that mean is just another way of saying piss piss piss? Actually, like not as in piss 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 piss, more like piss 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 piss. You know? What? Holy shit. Big brain. Aircraft says we enjoy. What the fuck? You text to speech to Aircraft? I couldn't hear. What the fuck? What's my accent? I don't know. It always changes. The funny thing about why the Swagger Souls accent always sticks with me is because no one in my life has that accent. I don't have a single American friend besides one at this point, so there was no reason why I should have that accent. Or, like, not that accent, but like a snippet of it. I should not say I swear or suspiciously. Jesus Christ, playing Among Us for Swagger Souls must be so difficult. He's the suspect. What kind of seal is this? You thought of that too? Can you imagine the toilet, whatever you call it, toilet ghost? I am Pisco. Funko, I'm sorry. I gotta put this on you. Star says, it's warm. I had a physical reaction to this. It wasn't a good one. Good. I aim not to please, but to offer you all that life has to bring. And if that includes that includes disgust, so be it. It's gonna be a very to be fair, cold piss isn't any better. That's even more concerning. Imagine like being like a refrigerator but for piss. What's wrong with you? Get that checked. Sell it as lemonade. No. No. Because it's not like real like resin or something. I avoid that thing at all costs. What the fuck? Bubble. I didn't see the next message. I just saw Bubble Tea Enjoyer J added permitted term. Rub your piss in all caps. Oh, it's an ad in progress. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up. 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 Everyone, take 5. Stop talking about piss. Weirdo. Fucking weirdo. Talking about piss. You're the fucking weirdo. Huh. Look at me. I'm much less weird than you. Anyway, I'm gonna get water. Pish. Pish girl. Excuse me. Y'all didn't hear that. Lamik. What is a web item? What is a web item? What? You have just added a web item. A web item so you display a web page from the internet or a local file and are commonly used for widgets and alerts. Set the URL to the page you'd like to display. Oh, oh my god, that is. There's so much potential. Wait. That is so much potential. Um, what the fuck are you doing? She's kicking my mirror. What can I do with this? What can I do with this? What can I do with this? What's like all I can think of is Aggie.io. Aggie dot. Is that what it's called? No, it's called Magma now. Maybe I can link this to a Magma page. Do not eat my mirror. What did you do? Zombo.com? What is Zombo.com? Ooh. What the fuck is this? Yes. Shucks, what the fuck? What? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? This is Zombocom. Welcome to you who has come to Zombocom. We love Zombocom. We live Zombocom. We come Zombocom. I know. Wait. Wait. No. Wait, no. Fuck, sorry. Rewind it back. That's not what he said. I don't think that's what he said. Anyway, you guys wanna draw on my forehead? It'd be cool. Yeah. How do I edit this? Also, the ad must be over by now. How does this work? Whoa. Oh my god, I have to log in on the thing. What the fuck? Can I just continue as... Oh, this is weird. Wait, I have to keep my forehead still. Thank god it's so fucking massive. Oh, I can scroll! What? How do I just continue as, like, me? What the fuck? Wait, nobody look, I'm gonna log in. Nobody look, nobody look, nobody look. Nobody look, nobody look, nobody look, I'm gonna log in. Nobody look at me. Hold on. Nobody look. What's my password? Oh my god, what's my password? What's my password? Fuck! What's my password? What's my password? What's my Discord password? Fuck! What's my Discord password? It's 1, 2... No, it's not. Discord. I always change it kasi. A password invalid? What? What? Huh? Huh? Excuse me? What? Password. Password in. Password invalid. Fuck, my phone's dead too, so I can't even like sign in with passkey. Not gonna work. Cause I don't want to log in. Why do I have to log in? I'm gonna accidentally say my password out loud. I should never work in cybersecurity. I'd be gone in an instant. I'd be fired. First day in, I tell everyone my social security number. I'm fired. Fuck you! What do you mean my password is invalid? What the fuck? I hate this. I hate this. Don't let me do this again. It's too late to go back now. I wanna run into the night. I wanna step into a dream with you. Might as well let you guys get on it ahead of time while I fucking set this up. Don't say your password out loud. Don't say my password out loud. Couldn't sign you in. This browser or app may not be secure. Fuck you. Eh di wag na. Eh di anong gagawin ko? Eh di let's not at all. Tang ina. Continue with Twitter. Because I remember my Twitter password of all things. Do you want to allow public and private networks to access this app, Vuplex WebView? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna allow. I swear to God, it's not gonna let me log in. Sebiiroo, that is my name. What is my password? I started having fucking mental breakdown on stream. Did I do it? It disappeared. What the fuck? It just disappeared. It just disappeared. Amazing. Amazing grace. Oh my god. Should I just give up? Oh my god. One more time. If this doesn't work, edi wag na. Choose a different verification method. Uh, verification code? Code generator. What the fuck? Why? You know what? That's perfectly reasonable. Even my dog doesn't want anything to do with this. All of this just for a small bit. Just for a piss girl bit. That's it. That's it. And the things I do. I was on vocal rest this whole week for this. Twitter. I don't even. Oh, Twitter. Oh, the code's gonna explode. Explode? Disappear. 6? I'm not saying it. Verify me. I swear to God. Verify me. They're gonna click off without a ooga booga jingle model on screen. Because I know I would. Hurry. Oh, disappeared again! Hello. I'm back. I have been trying my best, and it seems to not be working. So authorize it, authorize it, authorize it. I will figure that out later. Fuck the magma thing. I will figure that out later. Unless you guys have drawn anything. If you didn't, good. If you did, good. Aw, Koga, you're drawing something. It's alright. We're gonna put that in the background. Your efforts will not go to waste. I'm really bad at accents, but I seem to only do them involuntarily. You know, I was really worried I would have no idea what to fill like 2 to 3 hours with today. No problem. No problem. Never mind, it's only been 1 hour. I should shut up. You know what would be really cool if we just like and then let me cook. Hold on. Let me cook. Let me cook. We maximize it to the full screen and then wow. 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 That was like a fancy whiteboard. Let's put that behind me. I can't see shit. There we go. Oh, I disappeared. I'm such a genius. Look at that. It's transparent. Holy shit. Let's go. Oh, hi, Mirza. Hi. Hi. I'm sorry. How you doing? No, how you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I slept a full 8 hours this week. I feel great. I think this is the secret to actually having energy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I have a lot of sleep debt. It might take me like a bajillion fucking years to make up. Oh my god. Does that say piss fish? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Wait. Yeah. Abyss fish. Oh, that's so cool. I'm so proud that I took the 15 fucking hours to do that. We may not have achieved the forehead drawing, but we got something just as cool. Okay, what's happened? What did I miss? What happened? Yeah, I guess like that's good. Being a uni student is hard for me. No, yeah, it's absolute ass. I am a spoiled brat who is basically doing school part-time. I've taken less classes so that I can shift to a new degree actually. So I feel you. It is absolutely hell. But it's it's character building. Huh? I don't know. What in the fuck is Shucks? Oh damn. Wait, I gotta adjust so we can see what Shucks is drawing. Kurobaki, kurobaki. Smoothness. Oh, 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 whoa, whoa. It's like gonna be so bright. Alright, let's leave it at this. I'm chroma keying the color white out. So that must be why the lighter colors are not showing. What did you do? I'm not focusing. I had a script. The one time I have actual organized shit, I'm not. Yeah, we talked about the yellow paper story. Oh my god, you guys can see that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. You guys can see. You guys can see that shit. Don't look at that. That's my script. Don't look. It's confidential. Don't look. Very confidential. We talked about the yellow piss paper story. About how my dog pissed on my paper and I almost had to submit that as my homework. Oh, did I tell you this same dog eats soil? The one time, like, I have a lot of plants. My mom is a plantita, which is someone that like cultivates a lot of plants in like their household. You know, she's a plantita to the core, and she always brings over plants that I will eventually kill in my unit. But she brought over a giant plant this time with some green onions planted inside, so there's a lot of open soil space. I let Winter out to get some fresh air because she likes it in the balcony. I found her face deep into the soil, eating the soil. That is my dog. That is my piss on paper, eat soil dog. I had to drag her out, and like I just like held her face in my hands, and she just soil all over her face. I love her. I love her. She's a good dog. She's the best dog. She's a good girl. Mister says, I barely have time to sleep, but I do have my motivation, though. Just a few days ago, my brother's wife gave birth, so I guess I'm an uncle now. Holy shit! Congratulations! You have another person to bully. Oh, congrats to your brother. That's a very big life moment. Holy shit. But barely having time to sleep, you're absolutely on track, brother. Don't worry. Absolutely no worries there. You are right on track. If you are actually sleeping in college, you're the outlier. I'm almost 4th year now, so. There's a while. Hi, Rufio. Hello. Welcome. Also, Coco's gonna AFK. Okay. Go ahead. People just drawing on magma. While I yap about my dog and how she eats soil and pisses on my papers. Got any tips for like an upcoming exam? I did have an exam just today. It really depends on what type of person you are. I'm someone that thrives on being prepared since I'm such a vibrating ball of anxiety. I need to be prepared or my stress is going to be the biggest inhibitor during the exam. I don't know about you, but that's me. But best way to combat that for me is to actually study. but it's just that you gotta like just do very small amounts of studying. I don't care if it's 5 minutes. Literally just look at your notes. Look at your notes for like 30 seconds and then you can close it again. And that's your studying done for the day. Because I guarantee you, since you went through the trouble of opening your notes and you're there and it's there and you're just looking at each other with enough sexual tension as those guys in the Anthony Padilla, you know, that Vine was like, 2 bros sitting in a hot tub, 5 feet apart because they're not gay. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But like, now that you've opened it, you're gonna be compelled. Like, why not just study a little more? Maybe I'll read a little bit more of it. I know some people, reading is enough for them. For me, I have to like cover up the word and then guess what it is, look at it, check if I'm correct. If I'm not correct, I do it again and again until I remember without looking at it. And that's how it works. I don't know. Rubio says, oh, Savvy, great news. I got my first... Wait, you got your first commission? Let's go! Holy shit! How did they find you? What do you want to do? What are you gonna draw? How much you get? Like, how long are you gonna do it? Like, what's your page? What do you do? What are we gonna do? Let's go! Holy shit. Mr. says, don't worry, I'm a type of guy that actually studies for exams. I used to do that in high school. Fuck yeah. That's excellent. You are in a better position than like 60% of your competitors in a way. Quote unquote competitors, your classmates. Because I know a lot of people that just flake it through high school and just say, "Oh, I'm gonna take it seriously in college," and then they eat Cheeto dust or sampalok mix for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and only do exams with as much brain activity as a fucking amoeba. Not to say they're stupid. It's just that they're not prepared. There's a difference. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Captain Bet. You gave me a seizure. Thank you for the seizure. Captain Death Punch 1. I mean, at least this year I don't have any fails in. I got like A's and P's. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Don't say at least. Holy shit, that's really good. That's really good. You know what? Fuck you for putting yourself down. Fuck you. Rivia says it's one of my pals. Oh! Classic, classic. They commissioned me to draw one of their OCs. They're just paying for a year's worth of nitro for me, since I don't have a solid way to accept payment, but I'm drawing one of their OCs. That is not bad, dude. Dude, I'm so happy for you. Dude. Good job. Holy shit. I'm so fucking proud. We got one of them. We got one of them, boys. Come on. Let's go. Boys and gals and everyone in between. Holy shit. Helicopters and tanks alike. Let's fucking go. Mizra says, damn, thanks. No problem. And thank you for following. Holy shit, I've got like a permanent smile on my face now. Holy shit, that's really nice. I'm gonna go to sleep really happy. That makes me really happy to hear. Really. I'm proud of you. Holy shit. I'm repeating myself, but you get it. You get it. What is going on behind me? Not much. Wait. Oh my god, wait, you can't see. Wait, chat is covering up, but you can't see what they're drawing on the left. Hold on, let me move it. How do I make it so you can see this? Should I just make everything neon green for a proper green screen? Hold on. Let's just turn chroma key off. Then make opacity. There we go. It's more visible. Maybe chroma key. You can kind of see it. It's like little wisps of suggestion in the air. How the It's like a constellation. If you squint hard enough, you can trace the lines. It's there we go. I will show it properly towards the end. Don't worry, don't worry. Ano daw? Wait lang, I haven't seen chat in a while. Ano? No. You know what's funny? My nephew's name is based on a streamer. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Honey, what's up? You got a homework assignment? Yeah, Mom? How did you come up with my name? We got it from what's known as a streamer. What the fuck? I would not leave my house. if my name, oh my god, if a fucking streamer named me. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's either the most beautiful shit or something like Pizza Dick or something. I don't know. Oh my god. The streamer's name is Aqua Mirain, if you are wondering. Okay, they sound... That's already kind of a pretty name. I trust their naming ability more than anyone else. More than me. I would name your child Garlic or something, because I've been playing a lot of Vampire Survivors. There's a power up called Garlic. Bubble says it's been so long since I drew and washed up. Ano? Wait, ano to? Ano to? Ano to? Slave mod editor. Wait, you guys can see this. Hold on. Slave mod editor. I'm supposed to work totally not procrastinate. I like how I'm reading it like Egyptian hieroglyphics, one by one, carefully. Totally not procrastinating. Your nephew is named Iron Mouse? Holy shit, Pog Jam? That's so poggers, bro. That's your name? That's the only streaming term I know, PogChamp. Don't worry, it's a Malay name. My nephew's name is Amira Farhana. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I take it back. I stand corrected. Holy shit. Me personally, I wouldn't, but like, good for them. Someone out there is looking lovingly at their child named Garlic Sauce. Thanks to me. Anyway, there's something I actually wanted to talk about. Surprisingly. Wow, there's actual structure? Amazing. Hi, baby snake. Oh my god. Hi. I like your name. That's so fitting. Happy Chinese New Year. Year of the Snake. Let's go. Condom says, my last name sounds familiar to a sauce in my language. Oh, holy shit. I want to think that you're saying that in class. You know that class activity where everyone's like possibly English class, like, okay, everybody, let's go around the room. What does your name mean? What does it symbolize? And everyone in my class was like, oh, my name came from my father's dream. He was visited by God or an angel, and he received this dream, and the angel told him, name your son or daughter this, and they shall live forevermore, blah blah blah. Longevity, wisdom, year of the snake. And then I stood up. And then I stood up. Hi, my name's Sebi. Not actually, of course, insert real name. Insert real name here. I was named after because of my cousin, because when my mom was pregnant, like, my dad bought my cousin a Barbie doll, and she kept pointing at my mom's pregnant belly, and she kept saying the name, because it's the name of her Barbie doll, and they were like, yup, that'll do it, and that's my name. My name is not Barbie. Just for the record. My name is not Barbie. Oh, god damn it. Damn you, Malay dog. I thought you didn't know how to pronounce Malay names. What? You just met me to... What the fuck do I sound like? What do I sound like? I'm curious. What kind of nationality do I sound like? I'm gonna refrain from using my language. Don't look at the title. Don't look at the title. That's it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. That's cheating. That's sad. You're sad. Barbara? Is there a Barbie named Barbara? Wait, I get it. Holy shit. That's a good guess. That's a good guess. Tagalog, damn. Tama. Yeah, although it's more, it's more Spanish than anything else. Review says my parents got my dead name off of a gravestone. Just a random gravestone. That is some haunted shit. Not even anyone we know. Otherwise, I've been stealing names from fictional characters. No, I don't even blame you. Your parents wanted you to be haunted. They wanted you to live like supernatural in real life. Oh my god. you've just got a ghost irrevocably tied to you, waiting for you to give the name back. That's their fault. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. So I can call you Barbie? Do not call me Barbie. Do not call me Barbie. That is weird. Do not. Did bro just fall asleep? Fish don't sleep. Do fish sleep? Do snakes sleep? Do snakes? Do snakes sleeps? Yeah, snakes sleep. If you've never in your life seen a snake with his eyes closed, you're not alone. No one has ever actually seen that because snakes just don't possess eyelids. Despite their not having eyelids, they can sleep just fine. Snakes' brains are in charge of their sleep. Holy shit. That's why I have shit sleep. I just forgot to install my eyelids. Can you imagine if I'm always like, if I stream like this? Hello, hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. He's staring into myself. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Today we're gonna be playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Is that the bite of 87? Un is honest. Markiplier. I am Markiplier. Markiplier things. If he says otherwise, if we didn't have the grave name, I almost got named Darcy, which would have been worse. And when I think Darcy, I think of that one girl from Thor that says meow meow, you know? It's not bad. Although, Rovio kind of slaps. Kind of snaps. I don't know. I think you chose well. You sound like want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads? Maybe it's the way you're dressed. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's the deepest I can go. That's I can't without going like is that even pick up without going like no, I can't. Without sounding like The Grudge, that's the deepest I can go on my register. I'ma just clip that? No. What? Fucking I'ma break for the ads? That you clip? Okay. Can I have a jump scare edit of it? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I am Hercules Mulligan, up in it, loving it. Yes, I heard your mother say love again. Let's check back in with our artists. Our artists. What is going on in the background? I don't know why I revert to a semi-European accent every other time. I don't know. It comes naturally. Oh. Turning off chroma key actually makes it... No, turning off color key. Oh. What do we have here? What do we have here? Oh. Oh my god, it's Yuchi. But budget editorial. Holy shit, look how much Shax is drawing. No, sorry, you're not just drawing. Son of a bitch is rendering. Damn. Damn, this is our resident web fisher artist for a reason. Look at that plastic chair. Look at that upuan. Oh my god, that's so Asian. I like that you made cliche plastic chair. Look at that. Fuck you with the horns. Fuck you with that perspective. That's so good. I like that you cracked my glasses too. Oh, that's so good. I'm sorry. What the fuck are you doing? I'm sorry. I'm trying to make it... Okay, there. That should be fine. Sorry. Continue. There we go. Continue in peace. What would you do if a zombie apocalypse started? Oh, I would prepare all of the weapons I own, which is none, and then I would prepare all of the rations I own, which is none, and then I would step outside of my apartment and then die. Next question. Where's my script? I wanted to talk about something. Yeah, I wanted to talk about now that I'm so glad that I'm bringing this up at the 1 hour 43 mark when everyone has put me in the background at this point. I wanted to talk about the VTuber art scam shit because that is especially relevant to me. I was supposed to transition into this topic after the commission talk, but oh my god, holy shit, hold on, let me bring this up. This started from there's this VTuber news thing I follow, and this stood out to me. Hold on. I'm holding my hand up as if you can see, like I'm Chris Pratt in Jurassic World. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me cook, let me cook. There it is. Look at this. From Skyuchin, if any of you know her, on Twitter. On January 22, 2025, tweeted at 3:35 a.m. my time. Skyuchan VT. What would you do if an artist you commission for $1,000 scams you and never finishes their work despite giving them more than a year time to do it? And if you manage to talk to them, they just keep gaslighting you that they will finish it tonight. But the night never happens? Question mark. That is 546.4 thousand views. Rightfully so, cause on one hand, that is bullshit. On the other hand, now don't blame me. Let me speak. I get where the artist might be coming from. Not that it's right, not that it's right. Don't clip that out of context. Oh my god. Let me let me back myself up, because on the surface I will admit this sounds absolutely horrible. Not only is Skyuchan's time wasted, but their hard-earned money as well. $1,000 is not a small amount. 1,000 US dollars, I'm assuming, in Philippine pesos for my Filipino viewers. 5,824.99 piso ng Pilipinas. That's almost 6,000 pesos. That is a lot. That is a lot. That is not any small amount to sneeze at. And from what I see, they have already started the work, but they cannot finish it. Managed to talk to them, they just keep gaslighting you that they will finish it tonight, but the night never happens. Now I tried to look to see if there was any context beyond this. Where this is there like a twit longer? Is there like a call out post with a specific username? Nothing. There is a suspect, but there's no. I haven't seen any evidence that it was actually that guy. So I'm just gonna talk about the surface tweet itself. So that's crazy. 50,000? Wait, what? 1,000 US dollars? 50,000! I did not type an extra zero. It is 58,249.87. Oh, fuck! For context, you saw my commission earlier. Do I still have it? You saw this? This is $45, I think. 40. Well, what are my prices? What are my prices? I'm gonna. What are my prices? Oh, it's so cool. You can see what I'm searching in the background. I'm so glad I did that intentionally. What are my prices? I forgot. But like this is around $45 to $30. Oh no, yeah, around $45 to $50. That's what this is, alright? To $1,000? I can't even imagine how big of a scope that is. That canvas must be either gigantic or the details must be so arduous. I can't even fathom what a $1,000 one looks like. That must be an insanely good artist, because it's not just quality that you're charging for in art commission specifically. You are charging for the artist's experience and their prestige, how popular they are. Some of the amount that you are you are paying for is just to reserve a slot, because sometimes artists are so popular that they literally can't afford to take on a lot of commissions, which is I'm not popular or anything, but it's getting to the point where I cannot keep up with demand, and I might have to do something like that. So I completely get that. But not being able to deliver is another matter altogether, because I'm coming from a place where I had this one scenario as an art commissioner. For those that don't know, I am an artist. Can you hear that? No, you can't. Okay. My dog has a bell on her collar. She was shaking. She was like scratching herself. I'm an artist. Semi-professionally, I do it for money. That's a professional, all right? And I had this one commission wherein it was, oh, how much was it? It was like one of the more expensive commissions. It was 2 full bodies, and I charged per body, so you can imagine how expensive that is. And it was highly rendered and all of that shit. But the most important thing is, I was not able to deliver on time. So to compensate, this is the key factor that I want to put in. To compensate, I discounted their payment. All right, I discounted the price because I failed to deliver one of the things that I claimed to do, right? Which is to deliver on time. And once it got to the point where it was kind of unreasonable, because at the time I was also working as a concept artist at a not very good company. I can't talk about it now, but maybe in like 2 years, 1 year's time, I can talk about it. But they were taking all of my time and not compensating me enough. So that was putting a lot of stress on me. That was burning me out. So I could not keep up with the commission. That commission extended from 1 month to 3 months. And so I just didn't charge them the final payment at all. They paid the 50%, they paid for the effort, they paid for my time, they paid for the slot. But I did not charge them any more than that because it would not be fair. That's what I think this person should do. The key thing is they did not deliver. They did not negotiate. What they are doing is quote unquote, well, from the commissioner's perspective, they are gaslighting. I've been in that situation before, but I don't mean to gaslight. I've just been so swamped with work where I was like, oh, I'll do it tonight. And then I get another workload. I'll do it next week. I'm doing my best. I didn't finish as much as I did. But the difference is that I compensated back for that. I made up for it. I hope whoever this artist is, I want to give them the benefit of a doubt, but 1,000 is not very good. That's nothing small. That is a lot for the commissioner to set aside. That is so unreasonable for them to not compensate for that delay, for that inability to fulfill their promises at the very least. I want to clarify, I'm not defending the artist, but I'm trying to give the benefit of doubt from both sides. Sorry, from both sides. In the event where this artist actually means well, all right, I get where they're coming from. In the event where they don't mean well, that's where the accusation comes in. Some people think it's this one certain artist, I will not name them because I literally can't remember, who has over 50 commissions on standby. That is repeated behavior. That I cannot excuse. If this is the artist, if the suspect is indeed the culprit, then that is absolutely unreasonable. And I want to apologize for all of the, on their behalf, for all of the potential commissioners out there, all the previous commissioners out there. If you ever meet someone like that, at some point, oh my God, they said a year too. Holy shit. At some point, you're gonna have to accept the loss, because someone like that does not deserve to be trusted with that amount of money or with anyone's art request at all. That is unreasonable. That is unacceptable. I apologize on their behalf. That is horrendous. I hope they refund. I always refund. I always refund. I've never had to refund because I've always been able to deliver, but there was this one time I had to refund, and I did it because it was reasonable. I couldn't fulfill their request. Ah, it just pisses me off. It just pisses me off. It disappoints me to see someone acting like this on behalf of the art committee, the art community is what I meant. The art community. I just hope that, what was her name? What was her name? Hold on, I already forgot. I hope Sku-chan finds a much more reliable artist. I hope they get compensated. I hope they get that $1,000 or at least a portion of that back. And hopefully they can pass that off to someone else. They can use that art. I've had some people do that before. They can take the work in progress art and pass it off to someone else who they know they can finish it off, so that that person who's continuing off of the unfinished art has an easier time. Oh my god. I'm reading here so far only people who called out publicly or threatened get results. It really sounds like someone bit off more than they can chew, and that someone is having a hard time taking responsibility for it. I get that that's really difficult. But at the end of the day, something has to be done. You have to, that's a lot of mental load on you, having so many people threaten and post about you. God. I wish Sku-chan the best. I hope they get compensated, and I hope whoever this artist is, I hope they get their shit together. They sound like they're going through something. Ah, benefit of the doubt, benefit of the doubt. This happened in the past with Neon Beat. I do believe that maybe the suspect. I emphasize suspect because I did not see any valid source saying it was absolutely them. But if it was, I wish them the best. I wish that they get their shit together, because that is so stressful on all of the parties involved. Oh, that is nothing to sneeze at. I keep saying, but like, it really is. Quantum says, like, he was not transparent and didn't deliver his art with the deadline, but he was burned out and sad because his art is insane. Neon Beat. Neon Beat. Who is this? Neon Beat artist. Twitter. I didn't want to mention them too much because, again, I don't want them to. I don't have a lot of evidence. Oh, there was an apology published. That is amazing. That's good. That's a step. Proud of them. Hello, everyone. This message is aimed towards my commissioners, my community, and those that believed in me. I am sorry for the disappointment and frustration I've caused, and I'm sorry for the damages I've done. I'm sorry for the lack of communication that led to this point and that I've left everyone out in the dark. I was accepting too many commissions. I feel that. I've done that before, and it's the reason why I've limited my slots now. This is me talking. Me, Sabi. I learned my lesson. I feel that I had to limit my slots to a very small number. But I haven't like put someone on hold for a year, though. Oh, Jesus Christ. For $1,000, I can see why it might have taken that long, but oh, Lord, this is just a whole shit show. More than what I could have handled because I was overestimating myself that I can do it and deliver what I could. I was afraid to communicate because the work was not really getting done, and I would jump from one order to another without accomplishing anything that ultimately led me to burning out. Further, as some might have heard on my streams, there were some incidents of poor health where I'd cut streams short, hindering my progress. I offer my sincere apologies for disappointing everyone who have invested so much time eagerly waiting, and that I've taken your patience for granted that led everyone to believe in the worst. My dog is vomiting. I'm sorry. I never intended to scam any one of my commissioners, but I fully understand why some would see it that way with the lack of communication. I take full responsibility as I navigate through this situation while fulfilling my commitments. Moving forward, I will be messaging my commissioners in order to resolve the issues. That's good. I want to make things right, fix my mistakes, commit to improving communication, finish the commissions in the list, and deliver as soon as I can while ensuring the quality that was expected. I'll keep my head down to clear this work so I may pursue other aspirations outside of the content creation space. Once again, I am truly sorry for all of the disappointment and inconvenience. And below that, there was a community note that says Neon Beat has not in fact done better and continues to ghost large commissioners. Skew-chan being linked among them, among many more. Never mind. That is unfortunate. Well, shit. I'm looking at their art. I'm looking at their art and it's okay. I'm not gonna show it on stream because I don't this isn't about them. They're okay. They're it seems that they're a lot better than me in a lot of fundamentals. I will admit that. But $1,000 for a year, it must be gigantic based off of their quality. Oh, never mind. I see some of their larger work. I can see how that might reach above 500 or above 400, above 500. I can see it. They are a good artist. They are an amazing anime artist, of which I don't have expertise in, unfortunately, so I don't have much to say. I wish them the best. I hope everyone gets compensated. That's a lot of people linked in the fucking. That's a lot of people linked in the community note. That's not good. Holy shit. Oh, Quantum says some artists struggle with motivation. I heard if they get charged full upfront. That is why I charge 50%. Absolutely. I do recommend for anyone else, or even like if Rufio's still listening, charging 50% first upfront so that you are compensated. It's like them reserving a slot. They're buying your initial work, your effort. And then if you finish their commission, they can pay the rest upon completion. Or more if they want. And if not, then you refund that shit. But you still get compensated for the work that you did do. I think it's fair on both parts. At least for me. From the way I've been handling things. You being mad is like the calmest way to be mad. You haven't seen me when I killed Connor to try to become human. I was traumatized. Which, by the way, we're gonna play soon. Woo! If my computer can handle it! On Chinese New Year. Quantum says, by the way, what video are you talking about, or the title of it? Oh, if you're talking about the news, I watch them a lot. I feel so grown up. I don't really care about, oh my god. I don't really care about real news because it stresses me out a lot. I try to consume the more positive parts of it. But VTuber news? Positive, negative, I eat that shit up. False ID. False I as in EYE and then capital D. That channel. Specifically the video, I can put it in the in the comments, in the chat for you. Here we go. I mean, as far as I know, on Neon Beat, he doing fine now, but away from streaming. Good thing. After that shit, I think it would be in poor, I don't know, a little bit in poor taste to continue as normal. I think it's healthy to step back. This was like a really old drama. I just miss his art streams. Oh, were you a follower of his? Damn. You're more of a credible source than I am. I apologize. So there is an ad upcoming, so we're gonna have another break soon. DBH aware. Let's zoom out. Let's check on the artists before we. Sorry, I had to suppress a burp again. Before we move on. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh, we got more here. A little more over here. I give up. I give up with faces. That's so real. I can't draw. Wait, you can't. You guys can see that. I can't draw hedgehogs. No, no. I knew where it was right away. It's Hello Kitty. No, Hello Kitty. What? Puta. No, 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 no. Bad. All right. Let's. Oh my god, why am I more pissed? Why am I drenched? Oh my god. Year of the Snake was right. I will be damned this year. I'm damned with piss. Monkeys. I once befriended someone who, by just saying, monkeys, because he had an Among Us keychain on his backpack. Very wholesome. Very wholesome. Anyway, I'll let I'll let our artist be. Uh, uh, let's put them back into the constellations of the sky, back where they belong, like omniscient reader's viewpoint or something. Oh, speaking of which, have y'all watched Solo Leveling? Okay, I'll talk about it after the break. After the break, after the ad break, okay? I haven't done shit for my requirement. Oy puta! Not good, not good. Ikaw ah. Wait, I'm doing something. Ikaw ah. Well, we're gonna take a break, so you should take a break as well to reconsider reconsider your choices today. Are you going to work or are you gonna draw? Hmm? Oh, I can't draw on magma? Sag. Oh, why not quantum? What is something? Is there any like barrier? Is it not letting you? Wait, no, don't start the ad, goddamn. It's on read only? I don't know. Huh? Huh? Invite to drawing. Copy link. Okay. I'll refresh the link. How about that? You let me know how that is. I've snoozed the ad to like I hate this piss fish. I can't wait to dox myself with this somehow. Alright. You let me know how that is, and I'll be right back after this 30 minute, this 3 hour ad. There we go. Because I can run it like manually. Alright, perfect, perfect. I'm going to go and take a walk. It's so fucking cold in here. Wither, let's take a walk. Let's go. I have a fudge bar. What do you guys have? Jack shit? Oh. I'm gonna leave. No, wait, that's my fault. I stepped in piss! Sir! I didn't wash my foot. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate it here. I hate I hate the year of the snake. I don't want to be damp anymore. So my dog peed on the floor again, and I didn't see it, and I stepped in it, and I have to wash my foot. Welcome back. How were the ads? Oh, Quantum is not on Chroma. There you go. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. It's because I closed the door to keep the to keep the air in, the cold air for my PC, so she couldn't go to her corner and pee in her corner, so she peed right in front of the door. I'm sorry, baby. That's my fault. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I'm a horrible mother. Anyway, what the hell was I gonna talk about? So we talked about the drama, quote unquote. Lord. Hi, Taka. How you doing? Oh, that's the same video that I actually clicked on. I sought that out. I rarely seek out VTuber news. It usually goes, it just pops up. It just spawns on my YouTube recommendations, right? But this is one of the times I sought it out because I saw Numi's video on may your day be ever so blissful and may your efforts lead to success. Thank you, Daka. Right back at you in all of that words you said. Yes. I saw Numi's video. Numi is another VTuber. And she was complaining about clippers. It was like hold on, how do I convey this to you? It's like wait, no. Keep forgetting I have that transition. It's like it was this style of video where it's like she was just posing in the middle like this has to stop was the title, it's gonna be juicy when it's like that. So I clicked on it, and she was talking about like how people have been, not people, but there have been channels popping up that clip her content and misrepresent her, take her out of context. Not only that, but intentionally make her seem more lewd, almost to the point of like, why is this on YouTube sort of thing. They completely mis-subtitle her. You know my subtitles? You remember those subtitles that I turned off for the sake of For the sake of my PC. It's like if I said, "Hi, my name is Sebi," and then my subtitles will say, "Hi." What's something I can say that's not gonna get me cancelled? Oh my god. Oh my god, I could make. I saw. No, what do I say? Yeah. No, I give up. Imagine I said like, "Hi, my name is Sebi," but it translates to like, "Hi, I like feet," or something like that. When I didn't say that absolutely, not even remotely near that. I said nothing like that. You heard it. You heard me. Don't clip that. Oh my god. But it was so blatant where they would just like mute her like in the middle and then make a subtitle like, "Oh, I like intercore." Ah, blah, 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 you know? It's really bad. Because number one, who the fuck would believe that shit? that be, that's it looks really sketch. It really looks like someone that's not doing it because they're a fan, you know? They're doing it because they're the opposite or something else. Probably something else entirely. I don't know. I don't have enough information on it, but I just know that I just want to extend my appreciation to anyone and everyone that has dabbled in video editing and takes the time to like do all of that tedious like cutting, splitting, synchronizing the audio, subtitling, all of that shit. That shit takes time. It looks so easy. YouTube is filled with it. You would think it was easy. Bubble, shut the fuck up. You would think it was easy, but there's a lot of effort that goes into it. So I want to extend my respect to the editors out there that aren't like this person, you know? That aren't like this person. What did I do? You breathed too hard. You know you're not allowed to do that. But even normal viewers will call that out in comments, right? Because then raises the question, what is this for? Who is this for? If not the most brain dead, probably vegetable state VTuber consumers. Because that's the only type of people I think, besides children, that would believe that. And if I am wrong, then God forbid, help us, please. Basala. Oh my gosh. Not bahala. Bahala ka or bahala sila sa buhay niya. That's a saying we say in Tagalog, like, oh, I can't translate. You do what you want with your life. You do you. You do you. Yeah, it's you do you. I'm calling to Bathala, the ancient god, who cursed me out. Fix this. If we can't even have basic internet literacy, we're fucked. We're so fucked. Maybe deaf viewers. Maybe. That is a good point. That is absolutely a good point, Quantum. Yeah. I know. Anong sorry, Masa? You missed the T. What was I saying? I forgot. Anyway, like, let's pat them on the back. Thank God that they're not like that one person, you know? And someone said, like, there was a suspicion that all of the, like, descriptions were suspiciously similar to each other, so it may be the same person hosting them all, which is a lot of work to put into being, a waste of space. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. I'm so kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sure whoever that is probably going through a hard time. Probably like struggling to do a lot of things. And one of those things is to step away from the internet. People do say when I get mad, I get calm. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. I didn't mean to get that emotional. Jesus. I'm just so passionate about editing, guys. I'm my own editor, guys. I trust. You see that last video? It's all me. I know how to do the title subs thing. I know how to do that. I did all that. You saw the Spider-Man? That was also me. That's my alter ego. That's me. Sorry. I'm sorry, Bubble. All credit goes to Bubble. Lots of shit going on. Fuck you. Respect. He still wants the paycheck. I respect that. I respect that. Not you, but I respect that. Stop calling me master in that spelling! Quantum says passionate about content and creative inventors. Yeah. Inventors? Endeavors. Yeah. Bubble is a Sebi variant. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just in the same way. In the same way that this is a Sebi variant. This is a Sebi variant. In the same way. I just have to switch to my Spider-Man PNG. Hold on. Sorry, it's in my files, trust me. It's just that it's a really big file. You know how it is. You know how it is. You know how it is. Okay, it's there you go. You don't see it in the background. You don't see that. You don't see that. That's my big file. It's very big. Trust me. It's at least a few. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. I'm getting my file. I'm saving my file. I'm uploading my file. Oh my god, guys, it's me. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm Bubble. It's 3 a.m. I don't sleep. I only like editing. Oh, hello, ADHD. Hello. I am perfectly paid. I am compensated fairly. I enjoy listening to Sebi's streams. Everyone should always watch her. Every single minute. Never click away. I'm never annoyed. This is how I laugh. I'm so sorry. I don't know you anywhere near enough to do an impression of you. My voice ain't that deep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My voice isn't even deep, it's high. What the fuck do you mean? I mean, compared, I'm a female. I'm actually, I'm a female, so comparatively, genetically, I am predisposed to a higher pitch. No, but really, yeah. What fuck you mean it's not deep? Blink twice, Bubble if in danger. What do you mean? What do you mean? He's right here. He's right here. What do you mean? Wow. If you nod your head yes, you wanna say no. What do you mean? Look at him. Wow. Huh? Also boss check DMs. Okay. What is? What are you talking about? You can just show me. Don't. What? What is? Oh my god, what are you editing? What are you editing? What are you editing? This is giving me PTSD to editing my junior high movie. Oh my god. I'm amazed. It's so organized. Commission! Sorry. Oh my god, is that a commission? Is that a commission? Holy shit! Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Wait. No, you've tricked me before. Are you serious? Oh my god! Are you I have to wait for confirmation. I will not be made a fool of again. I'm being let's go! Let's go! Oh my god! Oh my gosh. Look guys, look how excited Bubble is. Oh my god. Let's put him away, he's working. Holy shit, let's fucking go. What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm both so happy for you and so offended. How dare you? Fuck you, you haven't really done a lot. That's a lot. For context, this timeline is like 13 miles long. Jesus Christ. How much are they paying you? Hold on, hold on. You did not know how to be paid for that short that you did. How much are they paying you? You don't have to say in chat, but like tell me later to make sure they're not scamming you. Holy shit. If there was anyone, it would be Papa. You still haven't added graphics, memes, and clips of all that, and you're planning to do that? That's very organized of you. I don't edit like that at all. Damn. Maybe that's why I'm so slow. Holy shit. Peak edit. Back to the dungeon. Holy shit. How dare you let someone else underpay you? They should. No, but seriously, they better be paying you like minimum wage or something. Sa Pilipinas, ah. Sa Philippines. In the Philippines. I can speak English. Trust me. Where's my script? Yes, it says here I can speak English. Okay, we talked about the Numi video already. Ah, I remember before the ad break we were gonna talk about solo leveling. Has anyone watched solo leveling? Does anyone watch solo leveling? Does anyone know solo leveling? I watch solo leveling. If you're gonna watch solo leveling, if you're planning to watch solo leveling, if you're planning to watch solo leveling, I turned into an Animal Crossing character for a minute. If you're planning to watch solo leveling, I suggest you click off this stream. I'm not gonna spoil anything. No, yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything because I don't remember shit that happened. But it is just another one of those manhwas turned into an anime. Is season 2 out yet? Season 2 is out. I won't spoil it. I won't spoil season 2. Don't worry. But season 1 I will I might talk about. Yes, season 2 is out. Read it before the anime. Holy shit. Dude, you should watch it. It's not like amazing, but it's not bad. It's not bad. It's fun to watch. Watch it with your friends. Watch it with a friend. Watch it with a stuffed toy that you call a friend, at the very least. Bubba says, if aura farming was a series, it'd be this. Absolutely. Absolutely. The bass and all the voice actors, microphone, specifically the male leads, they cranked it up so high. I feel like my headphones were gonna melt from like the fucking magnitude 2 shaking. Holy shit. They turned the bass up so high and everyone's trying to talk so sexy and so ASMR-y. It's so fucking ridiculous. Because like they'll be speaking really silently, very, very quietly. And they're gonna be all across the fucking room talking to someone outside, but like this. Like this. I'm the male lead and I'm so ASMR deep voice sexy, yeah. But I'm gonna talk to you from 15 yards away. It's so unrealistic. It's so bad. It's so bad because it's in the funny way, but it's good. It's good. You wouldn't realize it if you weren't like an I was gonna say audio junkie. I don't know if that's an actual thing. No, I'm just like I'm aware of audio. Let's just say that. I thought that was funny. But like speaking of voice actors, holy shit! I really wanna share this fucking inside joke with well, not inside joke per se, but the English voice actor of Solo Leveling, aka Alex Lee, received a lot of shit. This isn't even big news. This isn't new at all. This was back in the day. when season 1 was coming out, people were pressuring him a lot about one specific scene. People were. I'm gonna play it really quick because I prepared. Surprisingly, I prepared beforehand. Wow, by prepared I mean I did not focus in statistics and I I just looked for shit to talk about on the stream. Alright, look at this shit. I'm gonna be playing it. Studio don't copyright me. This is a reaction channel now. Oh! There, I reacted. This is season 1, okay? Oh my god, it's cropped. I'm sorry. You don't need to know the context, just Alright, that's the clip. He was making you friends. That's it. That's the clip. Alright. And people were giving him a lot of shit about this. Prompting him to actually reply on TikTok. This is him. This is Alex Lee. I think that one. He looks like the front man. You're not wrong, Alita. Little bit, little bit. He might be somewhat Asian. What the fuck? Based. Absolutely based. Like, not that you've seen the original scene. He did a great job, didn't he? Like, when he said arise, gave me chills. He did a great job. You know what else? He did a great job. Someone did this. Wiki wiki. It's time for school. Like, I didn't even, you don't even notice it. He says it's so serious. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's erecting, guys. Okay, I'm gonna shut Oh my god, it's me. Anyway, solo leveling, go watch. It's not bad. It's like pure cool factor rather than whoa, you know? Something to sit back and turn your brain off and be like, wow! look at him go! Wow! You know? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Anyway. No, I have to show. I have to show one more. Wait, no. I'm gonna spoil. I'm gonna spoil season 2. There's one scene in season 2 that's like really dope. I wish I could show. It's a good brain turn off thing. Yeah, basically. Like, oh, it's just cool. You can't deny. It's just cool. Like, big power scale, fight big monster really easily. Wow! Attack on Titan without the Titan. In more ways than one. uh It's either a good brain turn off thing or I need to cringe before RPing as my TAV out loud. As my tab, sorry, TAV, as my tab out loud. Kind of. It's not that great. I don't know. I don't cringe at it. It's just cool. I'm basic. I'm really basic. Oh my god. There's a lot of things that I've done in stream today that I'm going to look back and cringe at because I was hyper. Don't you just love that? But at the very least, I had fun. At the very least. I definitely would take back the part of me impersonating Bubble because that was bullshit, but like, I'm gonna stop. Let's put that back on the drawing board. He did the thing, no way. He absolutely did. Is Sharks? Damn, look at Sharks go. Damn. Oh, I've got a new drawer. We got Rain over here. Oh, that's really cute. Bubba says all that hard work, sleepless nights, and this is what I get. I manifested it to begin with. To be fair, hold on, you sent me something. 1.2K is what you're getting? 6 hour VOD. 6 hour VOD. I gave you like 5 minutes to edit. Oh my god, wait. I gave you like 5 minutes to edit. Not 5 minutes to edit, but like 5 minutes of footage to edit. Based off of that, and that was based on minimum wage. So based off of that, what is 6 hours divided by 5 minutes? There's 60 minutes. 1 hour 60 times 6 is 360. It's 360 minutes. So what does that tell me? I don't know. I'm gonna fail IT. 60 minutes. 60, that's 360. If we go off of minimum wage, which is 645 pesos per day, so that's an 8-hour workday. 645 divided by 8 is 80.625 as an hourly rate in the Philippines, or at least in Manila, which is the capital of the Philippines. And let's say oh my god, how much did you work? You worked 5 to 6 hours on a 5-minute. My god, my god, I'm scared for you. The more I calculate, 60.6. Took you so you take 5 hours per 5 minutes. Let's say just by a base of average, 5 hours per 5 minutes of footage. So, oh my god, 360 divided by 5 equals 72 times 5. It's 360. What the fuck am I doing? 360. Let's just say it's 360 hours that you gotta edit on average. So 360 times 80. Oh, 81. 360 times 81. I'm probably very wrong. I'm not gonna say the number that I just got because it is 5 digits. Hey, Bubble, how many hours do you think it'll take you to edit a 6-hour VOD? Because my math isn't mathing right. You know what? I'm gonna do my math on the I'm gonna do my math on the magma. Hold on. This is a math stream now. Hold on. I'm gonna do my math on the magma. Okay. Okay. Let's do my math on the magma. Okay, class. If let's use like a bright color. If Bubble works 5 hours per 5 minutes of footage. I'm writing with a mouse per 5 minutes. How many hours will it take him to edit a 6-hour VOD? I don't know. I'm gonna fail college. Chat GPT. Chat GPT. If someone works for 5 hours editing a 5-minute video, a 5-minute video down into a short reel, how long will it take for them to edit a 6-hour Twitch VOD? Give it to me straight. Give it to me straight, chat. What? According to estimate how long it might take someone to edit a 6-hour Twitch VOD based on their pace for editing a 5-minute video, we can scale proportionally. Here's how. Determine the editing rate. 5 hours divided by 5 minutes. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I was completely wrong. Okay, so it is 10 to 12 hours of work or more. So that's 10 to 12 hours of work or more, according to ChatGPT, which is obviously the most reliable source on Earth. All right? All right, are you listening? Are you listening? 10 to 12 hours. All right? That's what we got. That is the estimated amount of time for a 6-hour VOD. All right? Now, based off of minimum wage in the Philippines, minimum, like fast food worker. Actually, fast food workers are very well paid in our country. But you get what I mean. Minimum wage, that is 81 pesos, rounded up from 80.60 something. 81 pesos per hour. Okay? So, around 810 to, what is 81 times 12? 81 times 12. 972. How much were you paid? Okay, perfect. You were overpaid. Good. That took so fucking long. I'm sorry for butchering this shit. Oh, sorry, artist. This is beautiful. I'm going to erase my abhorrent math and I'm gonna, I guess, free up the space for you. There you go. How's that? What? I can't erase it. I can't erase this. Alright, Bubba, you good. Just don't work too much, otherwise you're gonna be losing money, technically. Don't work too much. without pay. Oh, no, I'm kidding. I keep forgetting that uh, some people artists, how should I say? How should I say? Desperate. Desperate as I am. No, not everyone wants to make a living off of their hobby, so I keep forgetting about that. That's just me as an aspiring artist. I always default to that being what everyone wants. I forget that that is not always the case. So whatever you're doing good, dude. No, don't worry, you're not being scammed. How do I do this? How do I? There we like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like that. Okay. I did not expect to be used for a math question. I was trying to help you, dude. Hi, what did I miss? Oh, we're trying to figure out how much Bubble should be paid for commission. But like over 1,000, very good. Very good. I'm very happy that you're being paid what you should. Buti nga. What's their VTuber name? Can I subscribe? Remember Quantum says, you know, you base editing prices to big industry people or Fiverr people, lol, because like Fiverr is like normal price sold, and again, I don't know proper work time for digital goods. Fiverr is like bottom of the barrel legal slave labor. I said it. As someone that worked on it for my first commissions, it is very difficult to find high paying people, or not even high, but like properly compensating people, or people who want to pay the average rate. People go to Fiverr because it's called Fiverr, because most things start at $5. It is like going to a flea market. They go there for cheaper freelancer work than Upwork per se. Upwork is more of a contract based. It has its downsides as well. Um, and as well as Fiverr having its own upsides. But normal price, I would say, is more closer to Upwork for something more professional, I would say. But I don't want to, I really don't, I know I sound serious, but I don't want to like promote the idea that Fiverr is normal. Fiverr is Fiverr because it's $5. That is not a living wage. That is when you want to start out, when you're just I don't know. I respect that if you want to start out, if you want to work for $5 and above, or you can. Of course, not everyone works for $5 on that side, but that's the expectation that goes with using that site. It's gonna be less than others. Also, hi, Byron. Noble says, to be fair, you let me explore the hobby. Now it's kind of actually becoming an option. Oh, okay, okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Did you show them? Did you show them like your like a portfolio? Did you show them your Spider-Man thing? You just showed them the short, like, oh, I can actually do this. Look at this. I don't know. Oh my god, you have a portfolio now. Wow, that's good. That's good. There's one thing I have to say praise about Fiverr. They're very good at organizing things and making things accessible for people who don't know how to like commission. They have a very good, like their own version of a commission form. It's very easy, I would say, very organized, even if they charge really low. Mocha says, I'm assuming you saw my drawing for winter. What did? Well, wait. Sorry. Look at this shit. You can't see it because it's just transparent. She's white. Wait. Hold on. Filters. There she is. This is my dog. Why is it so... Why is it detailed? You even put the piss running down my face. That is how she pees, and she's a woman. She's a grown-ass woman. She pees like a man. I don't know why. She lifts her leg and everything. Like mother, like daughter, we each have our own schlong levities. Wait, no, 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 I don't. I don't. I can we end stream? I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. Can we end stream? I don't. I'm running out of steam. Madam says, guess now we got VGen for good reason. Well, if you work in digital, VGen is absolutely good. I don't know much about it, but on surface level, I will admit, on surface level, great UI. Absolutely great UI. I like it. I would use it if they did not take a cut of the money. But to each their own, to each their own. I'm satisfied with card, but their presentation is immaculate. I love it. Bubble says, what's your portfolio? Well, I made a shitty tutorial with a Lego fig as my stand-in. You're hired. It's not shitty. You know that. You know that. You could even... Dude, what you did was, like, low-key animating. Low-key. Come on. Yeah, shut up, Connor. Don't speak about it. We're not gonna talk 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 about it. We're gonna summon Exalt with that sort of talk, and I don't. We're not gonna go into that. Oh my god, I still have ChatGPT calculating my formula for me. Jesus Christ. 30 minutes times 1 hour per minute equals 30 hours. Aw. Aw. I'm gonna fail IT. No, I'm gonna do great. We're gonna manifest that shit. We're gonna do great. Bubba says, Shiko, the most animating I do is the curves and in Premiere Pro. Bitch, that's animating. Some people would even like argue, oh, tweening isn't animating. It's just fancy curves, dude. Dude, give yourself more credit. I will bring the whiteboard up again. I will bring MS Paint up again. I'm going to bring back my whole DVR. Detroit Become Human shit. Wait, do I have it? No, I don't. Fuck you, I don't have it. If I did, I would bring it back up again so we could go back to the Detroit Become Human stream and I could bring up the MS Paint so I could use that as a whiteboard so I could scream, do the whole, like, fuck you for not giving yourself enough credit spiel thing. You are giving yourself credit. You're getting a good commission, dude. Let's go. Fuck. Damn. Let's go. I'm saved from the lecture. You are, but only because you weren't scammed. If you were, I would have had words to say. I would have had words to say, but I don't know how serious you're being, but I trust you know what you're doing. I trust you don't need me to like do a fucking math question for you on your stream, my stream, mine, ours. Oh my god, I'm laughing. Never mind, I was gonna bring up the communist meme, but the joke has died. It's deceased. Jesus Christ. Bubble says I might genuinely need a lecture off stream. What? Why? What? Why? You're being You're being comped. You're being compensated. You're being compensed. You're being condensed. Compensed. Sensed. Why? I'm suspicious now. One of says a long while back I heard of artistry, but I was skeptic at the time. Same. Actually. I did hear of artistry. I don't know. Something didn't let me use it. I don't know why. It looks a little cliche. I was worried. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like even the logo itself looks like it should be for a tourism company. I judge a book by its cover. It's not my style. That's mostly why. But I guess people use it. The thing is, I don't hear people use it a lot. I don't hear people talking about it, is the thing. That's the thing. Maybe their marketing just isn't very good. Bubble says no, as in like I just want to ask questions to learn stuff and student bubble ball. Ah, sige, sige, pwede naman. Bubble says, Alice, I don't know how I even got it because I wasn't advertising. I just mentioned it in passing. They swooped in with the offer. To be fair, editing is a very practical thing nowadays, especially if you've got friends online. But it's also really tedious. It takes a special type of person. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised. You just did networking, my good man. Congratulations. Oh my god. Oh, I have friends in multimedia arts. Do you think they would? Oh, I should network for them. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna do that. What the fuck? Disappeared. You guys saw the sinigang mix, right? What? What? Oh, yeah, it's right there. What the fuck? Why is it shrinking? Teka, what flavor? Anong flavor yan? Oh, it's shrimp. It's shrimp, I approve. Let's step back. You know, let's look at our artists real quick. Let's do an artist check. I wonder if they have, because if I was gonna be drawing on the background of a stream, I'd be like, oh no, 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 no. You know, whenever if the streamer were to be like, let's look at all this work in progress art, I would panic. I wonder if they're like that. That would be really funny. Let's think of like, holy shit, it's lineless. Puta, it's lineless. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I'm gonna save this canvas. This is so good. I wanna download this. How do I download it? Export as PNG. Yay, that's mine now. Your art is mine now. I'm gonna sell it as an NFT. Oh my god, I get it! No, I'm just sinigang. Oh my god, back to my addiction. I really let myself go. What the fuck? What is this? That's my PC. It says PC. It says PC right there. I'm not smart. How did you know the exact shape of my glasses? What the fuck? Oh, I'm wearing them. That's I'm gonna show. Oh, it's a piss paper. Oh my god, that's so cool. I look in winter. Very accurate. This is exactly what she looks like. The genetic forehead and everything. She's my biological daughter. What happened? What happened to my bee? It's back to piss. Well, technically it's pits because of the blue. I'm so. Oh my god, it's so bad. Oh, you added the ears. Cute. Piss fish. Please, that's not that stick. I don't want that. I wanted to share a funny story. I was trying to be vulnerable with y'all. I wasn't trying to cement something I didn't want. Something. And then we have kid. We have the resident slave, who's not even my slave anymore, working for someone else. Very rightfully so. Budget Itadori. Very nice. He looks ready to fight me. Ah, look at this little thing from Rain. Rain, this is lovely. I love the fangs. I love the way you draw eyes. Holy shit. I used to draw eyes like this. Holy shit. She's so cute. Oh my god, that's me. I'm sorry. I'm like a dolphin in captivity. I have trouble recognizing myself. I don't know who did this. I don't know who did this. I don't know who did this. Can I find out who did this? Can I find out who did this? Why can I not find out who did this? Why not? How the fuck? Sebi small. I'm bored. Hold on. Hi Ibrahim, how you doing? Don't mind me. Don't oh my god, did you see the piss paper? Don't mind that at all. Oh, thank you for the follow. Was it the piss paper? Can I draw you? Sure, just pay me $350,000. Just very discounted price. Wait, I'm trying to do something, but it's not letting me do something. It's not letting me. It's not letting me, what the fuck? Oh, but I can do this. I say as nothing happens. Where did it go? What? Where'd it go? I'm going through all my filters. I was gonna make a filter to make me. Wait, what does this do? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa! Whoa. Whoa. What does this do? It just does that. Okay, I'm gonna leave that on for a bit. Like a DVD logo screen bouncing around the screen. That should keep you occupied while I figure this out. Load shader text profile. Do I have any shader that stretches me? Can I not artificially make myself tall? Is that not a thing? That should be a thing. How to make yourself tall? Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Stop. 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 How do I... There we go. If my calculations are correct, if my calculations are precise, should be able to... Ah! Fuck! I almost did it. There we go. No! Please! It won't let me! It won't let me be tall! What the fuck? It won't let me! Oh! Oh! Fuck you, Chubby Small. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Hold on. How far can we go? Winter, do not vomit. She doesn't like the idea of me being tall. It's against nature. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, how did I do it? Oh. 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 What's up? How you doing? Oh my god, I hate... You remember when I said I was built like Slenderman? Oh. Kari, how you doing? How you doing, Kari? Yeah. See anything new about me? I changed my hair. You are small in ego? Thank you. Thank you. You're wrong. Otherwise, why would I be streaming? Corey says I am all for Funko to be taller than Seb. Huh? Wait. He's tall in a way. Does length count as tallness? I hate this. I hate looking at myself. I'm like that horse from the SCP, from all the analog shit. Skeleton horse? Horse head? I don't know what it was called. There was some urban legend with something that looked like this. I don't like... I look like a mimic. I look like the enemy in analog horror shit. Wait. Anyone who's sensitive to like horror things, look away now. I'm gonna try something. Let me cook. Uh. Oh, wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 let me cook, let me cook. You're not letting me cook. I can feel it. Okay, okay. There's literally something called analog glitch. Oh, no! Not that much. Jesus. This kind of hurts my eyes, I'm not gonna lie. Wait. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. How can we make this as creepy as possible? Whoa, whoa, perfect! Yes! Yes! Slay! Oh my god, that's too much. Calm down. What is interlace? No, that's too much. Oh, oh, this is so cool. All right, it's a bit too like. There we go. There's too much movement going on. There's too much movement. Stop moving. Jesus. Hold on. Analog. There. Perfect. Okay. Color grading. This is what I want. This is what. Oh, I'm green. That's not helpful. This is what I want. Oh no, that's not a no. Oh my god. Oh! I don't know. I don't know. This is cool. This is good. This is pretty neat. Wow. Are you scared? Are you terrified? Are you? Oh, I'm sorry. That's flashing colors. Wow. We're gonna continue the stream like this. Are you comfortable with that? Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable? This kind of slaps. What? This kind of slaps. It's probably gonna break my GPU. Oh my god. I just got it fixed too. What are the rest of my I can't even look at it. Epilepsy warning much? My bad. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. I tried to stop it as much as possible. I'm not sorry. I'm supposed to be scary. God damn it. I'd be the most apologetic mimic or whatever you call it. Duplicate? Whatever. What do they call it in analog horror? What do they call it? I'm not about to find out. I don't want to watch that shit. I'm scared. I'm scared. Bring the music back. And then all I gotta do. Well, hi. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not back to normal. How do I go back to normal? Okay, good. We're fine. Hi. So, in conclusion, I am not small. I am proportionate. Shit. I am proportionate. Oh my god, it's not. I can never scale myself proportionally ever again. It's just stuck that way. How do I do it? How do I? Oh no. That's not good. How do I make it not do that? Oh, that's just stuck like that now. Well, okay. What did I come back to? What is this? Nothing. Don't worry. It's analog visual evidence that I am proportionate. I'm a proportionate person. Turned into an anomaly? I would love that. I would love that. I fucking love SCP shit so much. Did I ever Have I ever expressed that on stream? I love that shit. That shit is my bread and butter and peanut butter jelly jam sinigang mix cocaine salt seasoned pepper shit. That's my that shit slaps. I love it. My eyes hurt if you did a little less filter and had a CC. If it had a CCTV overlay. No, I'm not gonna do that. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do it again. Just right click and scale the screen. No, but I want to scale. I want to scale myself proportionally. I don't want to stay like this. I don't want to stay like this is good. This is a good thumbnail. Thumbnail. It's a good thumbnail. How do I go back? There we go. When you playing the old SCP game, I'm scared. I'm not doing that. The only SCP game I'm gonna play is SCP 8000 something, the IKEA one on Roblox. I like that one. That's the Roblox game I like. That's the only SC. Flat! Okay. Mods ban him. Ban. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Who you call it flat? I'm very dimensional. I'm very my humor is so stupid. Look at this. I'm happy with this. This is the secret to happiness. Just being so stupid that this shit is funny. Hey. Hey. How you doing? My name is Mark. Oh, stupid things, stupid silly things. I make myself laugh. And there's an ad in progress. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How do I shrink? Shrink me? Shrink me, please. Alright, do it. I'll do it properly. I really am just like procrastinating because I run out of script shit. I have to rely on my actual brain now. Hi. How you doing? Are you played Trepang too? I don't know what Trepang do is. Like pancake. Like Raton Road pancake. Very delicious. What is that? Wait, I got you, Shucks. Hold on, I got you. Wait. Wow. I have to fit. Wait. Wow. Stupid. Stupid. It has S. Are you typing CSP on purpose? Are we talking about SCP or Clip Studio Paint? Very similar. I understand why you get those two confused. One is a drawing program, and one has a multitude of horrors inexplicable to mankind. Yes, yeah, I know how to speak English. SCP, my bad. No problem. No problem. I forgive you. I don't know about the corporation though. You're gonna have to ask them personally. Anyway, let's zoom out a little. Oh my god. Thank you for the commentary, pink text. You guys can't see that. Thank you for the commentary. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to go back to the analog zone. That scared me. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Oh my god. I could never be this cool. I could never be this cool. I'm sorry, but you've drawn an inaccuracy. Let me try. Let me try. Let me try. No, I'm not doing that. I know I feel the cringe biling up inside my throat. I could never. I'm not gonna live up to that. That is beautiful. Ray. Thank you. Holy shit. What the fuck? Subaru! Oh my god, my voice! Subaru! 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 Oh, yeah. Y'all are too comfortable. Y'all are too fucking comfortable, huh? If I had power, if I had power over your currency, your cheese, your redeems, like I did with gold back in the day, our old currency, oh my god, there would be a Great Depression. There would be a French Revolution with the way I would rule. Oh my god. Oh, look at the baby. It's a rock. It's a little baby. A rock. Oh! Thank you. What is this? I'm closing magma. I'm closing magma. I'm closing magma. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. If I do not see it, it's not real. If I don't see it, it's not real. Okay. Oh my god, I feel bad. It's bringing back up again. Excuse me. Oh my god. I give up hiding that shit. Look at that. What are they? What is it? Oh, it's their cursors. I was like, are they making a Venn diagram? What is flat and what is small? In the middle is me. Alright, I guess, yeah, we're gonna leave that on screen. I guess, fucking shit. You are though? No one asked. Kono says, yeah, their Bangtu is connected like the back rooms because it's funny. Oh! I remember when I played the back rooms with Tess. Maki. I was terrified. I was screaming so much more than her. Oh my god. Oh, if only we had that VOD, damn. Shut the fuck up. If I had Piawa, you guys would have been in so much trouble right now. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Go back to the basement. Put your shackles back on. Shut the fuck up. Shaq says, just realized your profile pic on Magma is a cat too. That has been that way since grade 7. No. Wait, when did Popcat come out? Since Popcat came out. Don't fact check me. Everything I say is gospel. Yes, shut up! Mama, stop it! Oh my god. But like, yeah, I've had that profile picture for years. I loved Popcat. Why do you think I keep doing... Wait. I can't even do it. Every now and then. It's a reference. Is that a chicken? Huh. Chicken. What is that? What is that? Really is that like the constellations? Like, oh, you see that? What's that in the sky? If you squint your eyes hard enough, maybe we'll be able to decipher. Is that look like to you? Who drew this? Who drew this? Who made me look like a big fucking bean? Who drew this? That's what I think that sounds like. That's what that doodle sounds like. That's the only Oh my god, it's Keith. That scared me. I was like, who is this? Oh my god. That's what the only sound this could ever make is. Yeah, that's more accurate. That's all that does. Ayo, the name drop. Do you want me to call you idiot? Okay, idiot, 69420. I apologize, 69420, idiot savant. Hey, idiot. Hey, idiot. Hey, idiot, welcome to the chat. It's so nice to have you, idiot. It's so nice to have you here. Welcome to the team, idiot. How you doing, idiot? Bastard. Bastard. Dumbass. How you doing? How you doing? Your legal name, idiot, bastard, dumbass. You sound like my nicest professor. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that as an insult. What are you doing on Twitch? What are you doing on Twitch? What went wrong in your life that you decided to crawl onto this platform? Star says the popcat noise is activating my ukulele. What is that? What is that? Don't dox me. Unsolicited repetition of utterance made by others. It was one of the most common echo phenomena and is a non-voluntary, automatic, and effortless pervasive behavior. Echolalia is a normal finding during language development in toddlers. Congrats. Congrats on hitting your terrible twos, Star. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, but like when people do... How could you not repeat that shit? That sounds so satisfying. I'm getting the hang of it. True fish behavior. I'm just fulfilling the prophecy. Sure, sure. Tanginang, I miss you. I don't. That was the richest laugh I've ever done. Oh my god, I love this little guy. He's so scrungly. He's so fucked up. Looks good. I like that. Oh, wait. Oh no! Started you try this? I'm trying. I like the cat though. I like it. Ignore all of the piss. Ignore all of the piss. Anyone just coming in, ignore all of the piss. Look at the sinigang mix. Oh my god. I want to get this printed. And the other community magma thing. I do believe I still have that. I want to get that shit printed and framed and laminated. Tolapia? I'm going to mute. I just timed out Bubble. I thought I would just mute him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was what that does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. How do I undo that? How do I undo that? I don't know how to undo that. How do I undo that? How to untime out someone on Twitch? Unban. Unban bubble tea and George. I'm so sorry. I really need to be nicer to him. That thing! I just take personal offense to Tolapia because I have that as a banned word on my Twitch. Sorry. Thank you. What the fuck? Hi Franco, how you doing? Thank you for helping my other mod. Friendly fire. I'm sorry. I'm legitimately sorry. I didn't know that's what. Shh, Star, you're walking a very thin line. You're walking a very thin line. What is this? It's a table. It's the United States. It's a bell. It's an Animal Crossing character. It's web fishing. It's a lion. Oh look, it's my dad. What? Is this merch? What is this? I feel like I'm playing Pictionary. Oh, hi Funko. How you doing? It's been a long time since Funko's been here. Damn. I just came here to power trip. uh, I'm too lazy. Oh my god, my mods are not getting along. To be fair, he has a lot going on. He has a lot. That's why he hasn't been around. Bubble has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, to be fair. Okay, can I ban someone? You're the mod. I mean, technically you can. You asked if you could, if you had the ability to, and you do have the ability to, yes. But you need a reason. You need a reason. You need a reason. You need a reason, Fungo. You need a reason. Yeah, we hope you're okay, Funko. Oh no, damn it! Motherfucker really was gonna go on a power trip. Listen, I am. I know. Authority can get to your head, but chill. Oh my god, that's me. Oh my god, this art style is so goofy. Also, madami nangyari. When you get back, my chika. Meron ba? What? I act as if I'm involved? Yes, tell me more. Yes? Gossip? Say it out loud in like name drop specifically when, where, who, what, why, when, how in the chat right now publicly so that it can be saved in the VOD. And then I'm gonna put it into a short. And then I'm gonna make it into a highlight so I can get the most out of it. Get the most reach. I can tell you, boss, tomorrow I may joke. No, wag na. I'm already stressed as it is. Okay lang. We wish you the best. Everyone say, I'm kidding. No, we're not doing the Dora thing anymore. We're looking at Peace Girl. I wonder who could this be? Oh, speaking of, before we wrap things up, by the way, for all of the artists still working, if you're still working, we're gonna be wrapping things up. So get your final lines in while you can. I'm gonna flash something very quickly on stream. This is a sneak peek. Hold on. Wait, no. 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 Okay. I just bought you some time. You're so welcome. I'm getting quite used to it being more like not using up all the silence on stream, like using it economically. Does that make sense? It's nice. It's rather nice. Alright, I think I have it locked in. I'm not gonna show it yet. It is quite big. Bubba says also happy birthday, late New Year, Merry Christmas. God damn, that is a lot. God damn. That is a lot. Holy shit. What am I drinking? Shucks, what am I drinking? That better not be piss. That better not be piss. Wearing a shirt that says piss girl and holding a mug feels really unfortunate. What is in the mug? Shocks, what is in the mug? Shocks, what is in the mug? Huh? Pilk. I just got it. Ew, what the fuck? No! That took me a foot. You could see the cylinders in my head just firing off at full capacity. Ew! Oh my god. Tangin ng pilk. Alright. I'm gonna give you guys 1 minute. I'm gonna give you guys 1 minute of timer. 1 minute timer. And then I'll be closing the magma. Okay, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll close the tab. I can't stop you from drawing, to be fair. Holy shit, that is a lot. And then we're gonna wrap things up. I'm gonna let you guys see something. See something. Maybe. I'm so bad at keeping secrets because one of the foundational pillars I feel like of my streaming style is updating you guys on the projects I'm doing because that's what I most like talking about. But when those projects directly correlate to things that are hush hush, secret, it's kind of difficult. It's really difficult. So I'm trying to balance. So that trying to balance secrecy, building hype, and letting you guys know what's going on. Bubble says, boss, is the Tom Holland of the Sebi dev team? Yeah, actually. The Sebi dev team being me. And then part-timer being Bubble. By part-timer, I mean like exactly 5 to 6 hours. I say as if I didn't get fired technically. You technically quit, and then you like job shifted horizontally. I think that's what they call it. Like you didn't get promoted. No, did you get promoted? I would say you got promoted to a 6 hour from editing 5 minutes to 6 hours. Let's fucking go, dude. Promotion. Don't mind what I said. That's a vertical movement. Let's go. What do you mean quit? You put me in timeout. No, see that was like, dude, stuff is crazy these days. My PC is so unpredictable. Bad PC. Bad. No good. It's crazy, man. Crazy what happens these days with technology. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my PC, dude. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Oh, now you now you went to scuff. Yes. Yes, I do. What's wrong with that? Everyone's gotta own up to their mistakes eventually. Such a two-faced bitch. No, yeah, that was my genuine mistake. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I thought it would be like funny, hee hee haha, muted for like a few seconds, and I unmute, and then it said timeout, banned. Shit. I was panicking. Oh, I watched Inside Out. By the way, oh my god, I forgot to put that in the script. I watched Inside Out. I watched Inside Out too. It made me ugly cry. Who suggested I watch Inside Out too? Cause I watched it. It made me fucking sob. Not only was, I would say it was a panic attack that was depicted, if you would ask me. Although it's not, none of it's confirmed. It really was so centered on like the development of anxiety, and it's portrayed it in such a friendly. Why did everything disappear? In such a like a family friendly way. I'm so glad kids have this for them today. I wish there was some sort of movie like this back when I was in like middle school, because then it would have given me like a picture of what's going on with me. Like, I'm not crazy, this is a real thing. The crazy orange T-shaped character on the screen, funny haha, is actually real. It would help materialize it. Man, I'm so happy. I'm happy with what they did with the Inside Out franchise. It's a bit cheesy. It's a bit like on the nose at times, but hey, like it's a kids movie. What do you want? They did good. I like it. Now, someone is gonna tell me like, actually, like one of the director's son's grandparents, therapists, psychologists, swim instructors, third cousin twice removed was actually a horrible person, and your opinion is invalid. How dare you for not doing your research? Yeah, okay. Anyway. Oh my god, look at the little. I am a child. I am you know why I like Inside Out? It's because I am their target audience. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. Alright guys. The timer is up. I'm gonna have to ask you, put your pens down. Time is up. I'm gonna be downloading it now. I'm downloading, I'm moving my cursor, I'm zooming out, I'm moving my cursor to share, pressing it, I'm gonna download. And there it is. There's the final thing as untitled. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you guys for like drawing on the canvas, even though I could not achieve what I wanted to achieve. So you guys could draw on my forehead. That would have been so funny. Well, funny to me, okay? But like, oh my god, this is so cute. I'm gonna legitimately print this out. I'm gonna spend money. I'm gonna spend money to go to the print shop and print in color. This is cute. So I can't speak as well as the other one. So cute. Alright, let's close out for now. Say goodbye. Oh, no, don't look at me. No, don't look at my chrome. Don't look at my chrome. It's very turquoise. Do you like it? Do you like it? I'm stalling. How do I turn it off? There we go. Hi. Hi. It's just me and my AI looking background. I just realized how AI this looks. I did it. Please believe me. I rendered this. Please. It's called photo bashing. Please. I don't like it. I might redraw it. I might redraw it. I don't like it. I don't like it anymore. Damn. Thank you guys so much for drawing though. That really made me happy to see. And I'm glad. I'm fucking proud of you guys. And Bubble, like jokes aside, I'm sorry for like dogging on you so much. So it's the bit. It's the bit. Really proud of you and Rufio for putting yourselves out there, working for what you're worth, and put it like making your passion into something more than it is, you know? Dude, I'm if I graduate like now, I will be happy. That's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. If I were to hypothetically graduate right now, I will graduate happy. It's like death. If I were to die now, I would die happy. But like I achieved what I wanted to achieve. Like I got like at least one, actually two, a couple of you to believe in yourselves more. That's really nice. What the fuck? Stars in the corner with Bubble bringing each other snacks. We both work for different people. You're allowed to network. Also, it doesn't work for me. Funko. Funko, go to sleep. I'm late na. Justice for Bubble. What the fuck did I just say? What the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck? I'm walking here. Oh, never mind. I'm never gonna be nice again. Jesus. Ay, naka. Anyway, technically, boss hasn't employed me, but if I had commission slot, there's a reserve slot just in case. I appreciate that. Um, okay, jokes aside, I do plan on saving up if and when the time has come. Hopefully, I appreciate that that's a thing. I can't be mean all the time. I'm gonna. Also, Bubble, we have to fix the fucking stream for tomorrow. Wait, Bubba's sword is gone? Oh, don't worry, I'll give it back to him. Don't worry, don't worry. What happened? Thank you for following, Mr. Lapok. Roles manager. Boop, boop, boop. I can put an artist role? Huh. Excuse me, because Bubble has the editor role since he edited that one reel. There's an artist role. That's interesting. There we go. Vulnerable. Stupid joke. I've never heard of the artist role. I don't know. That's what I'm seeing. I go to roles manager, add roles, and when I was giving Bubble all his roles back, there's moderator, VIP, and then artist, editor. Crazy. Because as far as I know, the editor can like access all the VODs. That's what I know to be the function of that role. I don't know about artists. Maybe they have access to the like description so they can add shit there, which I have never touched, and I know I need to touch because my channel looks very amateurish without it. I guess. The artist role is pretty neat. What does it do? Learn more about roles. Managing roles for your channel. Blah 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 blah. Artists are member of the creators community who are recognized for their contributions to the brand / style of the creator's channel, such as emotes, overlays, avatars, and more. There are 5 artist badges available for each channel. Well, I know what I'm gonna do. I feel like this is only fair because of the starting soon screen that I have. Give me a quick second. Hi, Morvio Mormo. Dogfish, I had to click what is going on here. So, I hope you're used to fast talkings because I'm gonna recap what I said 2 hours ago. Are you ready, Morphia? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1. So I had a history assessment. I had a history essay to write, handwritten, because our teacher is very scary. And so I spent the whole day handwriting it, and then I went to class, but I forgot it at home. So I ran all the way back home, and then I brought the essay back to class, and then I realized, oh, my dog pissed on it. So I cut off the piss part. And I was scared because I didn't want to tell my military man of a teacher that my dog pissed on my homework because that's the most cliche excuse ever. So I wrote the whole thing from scratch in the middle of 20 minutes in the middle of class, and I submitted it on time, and then I left the class, and I was telling my friends all about it, how my dog pissed on my homework, and how my bag smells like piss because my dog pissed on my homework, and my homework was in my bag. And I told my friends about it, and they were like, haha, piss girl, piss homework. And then I was like, shh, no, not really, no, piss. And then I saw the elevator that we were lining up to, and my professor was there, and he heard everything. Anyway, glad to have you a part of the team, Morphia. How you doing? I'm getting good at that. I'm getting good at summarizing myself. Oh my god. There we go. Damn. Dot dot dot. Piss. Dot dot dot. Oh my god. Life of piss. Oh, you're still here. How you doing? Vanessa says that was speed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sebi getting faster with the explanation. That was the second time I had to explain that. I'm getting good at this shit. I'm getting good. Oh, if only I could get good at my scuff management. Jesus Christ. Anyways, speaking of tech. Hold on. Oh yeah, credit for anyone who's seen the 3D model on the starting soon screen. Credit to Shocks, of course. Hold on, let me bring that up. I already said it, but I gotta say it again because it's amazing. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Everyone look at it. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Look at it. Dun 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 dun. Wait. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay, anyway. Coked up on sinigang mix makes you rap like Eminem. I do use his raps as warm up, as vocal warm up. Legit, legit. Let's go. Look at it. Wow. Anyway, let's put that away. It reminds me of Sudoregalia. What is that? It looks sounds so fancy. Sudoregalia. Oh. 2023 platform game by indie developer Ritzier. The player controls Sybil. Oh my god, that's similar to me. An anthropomorphic goat-like creature. Oh my god, I'm a furry too. Who finds herself trapped in a castle in a dream in a dream realm. Oh my god. uh Fuck, my brain is deteriorating. But speaking of brain deteriorating, I am really good at segues. Let's go and talk about something completely unrelated. I said I was gonna give you guys a sneak peek of something. Has the music been very loud? That music looks loud. I'm gonna lower it. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you that. What? What was I gonna say? I was gonna give you a sneak peek of something. You ready? What's up, dog pisser? I don't piss my dog. My dog pisses on me. It's a really good short 3D platformer. Maybe we could play it. Ooh. Oh my god. It's like in the old style. I like it. Oh, and the character design. Oh, that's so nice. I'm looking at it. I was just looking at the Google images. My dog pisses on me. Don't know if that makes it better, boss. What does your dog do? Does your dog not piss on you? Your dog doesn't love you enough. Wait, Sebi, add me on Steam. I don't open Steam. What happened to Steam? Did I not? Did I not accept? Me. Oh, I don't know my pin. Me. I'm never gonna get to the sneak peek. I did not see it. Oh, okay. I did it. Brian Resident Web Fisher. I hope no one dog piss on. Y'all are. I was gonna be like, y'all are missing out. You're not. You're not missing out. I'm gonna. Maybe I should think before I open my mouth. Maybe. Just maybe. Maybe. Thankfully, my Hermia doesn't piss on me. No. No, my dog pisses and I step in the pit. Not on purpose. My dog pisses and I encounter the piss. My dog piss. I'm gonna stop talking about my dog's piss. I'm gonna stop talking about my dog's piss. That chapter is over. I'm closing the book. I'm closing you hear that? That's the chapter over. Okay? Must be like, you're missing out on being pissed. I did not say that. 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 Sebi, if I get pissed you wait. I did not say that. Also, hi Quantum, I accept you. I did not say that. I'm gonna add dog piss into my game. Do not. Also, send me your game, please. Send me your game. Alright, are you guys ready for the sneak peek? Are you ready? 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 Hold on, I gotta prepare it. I gotta prepare it. I gotta prepare it. I'm gonna make it a bit small. It's gonna appear on the top left, okay? So that it doesn't like flashbang you guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? What? That's gone. What was that? I don't know. What was that? Oh! Oh. Oh my god, you guys, what are you talking about? Guys, you get some help. You guys are seeing things. Are you okay? Damn. Listen, I know you're like neurodivergent, but like, you should get some help. You didn't see anything. I really just called you crazy. Yeah. God, you're not seeing anything. You're crazy. No, you couldn't have seen anything. No. Oh my god. Natang ina 6 head na yun. Oh my god. Do I want it now? I don't know. You could send it tomorrow if you want. We're gonna be playing tomorrow. We could play it before Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate. But yung Filipino yung Baldur's Gate ko. Jesus Christ. But yeah, you saw that sneak peek? You saw a little sneak peek? Sneak peek? Sneak peek? Sneak peek. What is this? What is this? What is, huh? Shucks! Wait, shucks! Wait, shucks! Wait. I got a Steam notif. Wait. I can't accept this. Wait. I can't accept. I got the fucking game, Pseudo Regalia. Shucks! Boy! Bro! I can't accept it. Wait, does it like refund the money? I feel bad. This is like the web phishing rings all over again. If the money doesn't go back, I'll feel so bad. Oh, oh my god, you shouldn't have. Oh my god. Pseudo Regalia, deep within the realm of sleep, Sybil finds herself pulled into a distorted castle. Grow strong and unlock new abilities to build up a deep movement system. Fight enemies, find secrets, and free the wary soul of Castle Sansa in this retro-inspired 3D platformer. Metroidvania? Oh, hello? Oh, dude. It's only $5. That's $5 still! Oh my god. Wait. I mean, it's rude. I will accept it. Thank you so much. Oh, I feel bad because I have to, right? Like, I don't know how to speak anymore. Dude, you did. Oh my god! If you had told me this is what you would do, if I wouldn't have accepted your friend request. I'd be like, no, use that to buy a burger or something. Oh my god, are you sure? I'm just gonna ask one more time just in case, because I have to. Are you sure, Shugs? It does refund you when you decline. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Think of it as getting a board game as a gift. I would. That's big. Is a board game small? I don't know about you guys, but I feel like board games are. I haven't gotten one since I was a kid, but I feel like they're like not a small gift. The Moon Muncher did not explain capitalism. Yes. Are you sure? I'm kidding. Oh, thank you for the follow, Zushin-sama. Wolf meow wolf. That is the closest thing I'm ever gonna say that falls in line with being a furry. I feel bad. I accepted it, but thank you. I feel bad, but I'm happy. Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Did I say Zushin-sama right? I tried my best. Is that how you say that? It's how I said it. Therefore, it's how you say it. What I say is gospel. Gondom says, actually think of it as a Twitch sub. No, don't sub to me. Oh no, don't sub. No, it's not like it sustains this hobby at all. No. It really does. I try to invest it back into Live 2D. It's mostly for like chargers and the new monitor that didn't glitch out on me, and also Live 2D subscription. I mean, what? What did I say? What? Huh? What? Huh? My stream is behind like 30 seconds. Oh, don't worry. That's how it is for everybody. I have shit internet. I am on wireless internet. because my router is all the way in the other room. It is not a good setup. It is not a good setup. I could fix it, but the Wi-Fi plug is in the other room. Now, you could say, okay, just stream in the other room. That room, it would fuck up the feng shui. You know what I mean? You can't just work with like your back to open air. It means it's like it's got bad vibes. It's gonna like infect. I'm gonna feel my sins crawling on my back. I don't want that. I don't want that. What, it builds character? All the feng shui going up my ass. No, no PC. Think my ISP is kicking my ass right now. Maybe other people do. I kind of know. I'm having a seizure again. I'm kind of getting used to you guys being on a bigger delay than you used to be. So I don't believe it's just you. I don't know. Okay, Sans Undertale, calm down. Dude, I want to play Undertale on stream. But the thing is, I already know everything about it. Therefore, I don't have any like wow reactions for you guys. The main thing you're gonna hear from me is the various smut titles that I've read about Sans Undertale. You do not want to hear about that. You do not want that. You do not. What about Outer Wilds? I did see it. It looks really interesting. The only thing is, it looks very puzzle oriented, and as Bubble knows very well, I am not puzzle oriented. I am the last thing that should come in contact with any puzzle. Oh my god, putang ina. Speaking of Undertale, I'm gonna try gifting everyone on my friend list Deltarune when it drops, so stay tuned. Dude, you are Santa. You are Santa. You are doing the Lord's work out here. No, say this. Keep that for your friends. Don't worry. Don't worry. I can use the sub money for that. No problem. Sebi, I would literally go to sleep. Oh fuck! What did I just do? What did I just do? I accidentally pinned that. I'm leaving that on. Sebi, I would literally go to sleep to your stream if you played it. What, Undertale? You would want to listen to me talking about smut on Undertale? Okay, okay. You want? I mean, I'm not against some recommendation. Have you heard of Sooner or Later You're Gonna Be Mine? Have you heard of it? Have you? Have you heard? Oh my god, my PC's lagging. Have you heard of Sooner or Later Are You Gonna Be Mine? Have you? Of what is it? Taste something taste. Oh my god. I'm gonna pull up AO3 right now. I'm not joking, yo. I have read like the first 3 pages of the Undertale Sans Undertale tag. Cover to cover. Oh my god. Something cockatiel, some fucking shit. I don't remember what it's called. It would be really impressive if I knew it off the top of my head, wouldn't it? And also really sad. I'm so glad I'm not sharing my screen. Chill or be chilled. Not bad. I don't remember anything about it, but it's super long. I think it made me cry. Anything long makes me cry. Would that make you happy? Angsty? I don't remember a lot about it, but very, very long. Between Flesh and Bone. Spicy. Skeleton Games? I don't know that one. I don't know that one. Skeletor Squatters and the Landlady, kind of vanilla, kind of boring, more slice of life. Not enough. I don't shit and cry enough. That didn't make me. It's decent though. Decent. Gloom and doom up all up in your room. I don't know what the fuck that is. The party incident. What are these? What are these? I don't read. Hey guys, I think we should end the stream. I got something to do. Unrelated. I got some shit to review. Yeah, I got some shit to review. I'm kidding. I don't read fanfiction anymore, sadly. I still get AO3 notifications, but I don't read fanfiction anymore. Last ones I read were who sent me the Detroit Become Human fanfictions? I read those last. I don't read anymore. The last thing I read was probably A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. I'm trying to get back into original works. It's really nice. Bubba says, I remember jump scaring boss once purely because I mentioned ectoplasmata. I did not know you. I did not know that was within your knowledge. I did not know. I still don't know why you know that. Because you have to dig a certain amount to find that shit. I know because I've been in the fandom a long time. And I was like, oh, how do you spell Undertale? And I spelled it with a Tail. And don't do that. Don't do it. You're gonna do it. You guys are gonna do it. Like, why do I bother? I'm not even gonna try and stop you, but be prepared. It's 18 plus. I misspelled it one day and I was like, oh. Preteen me was like, whoa, too much information for a child with unsupervised internet access. Goddamn. I just read whatever I found. I did not filter anything, and that was not good for my psyche. You can tell because I'm streaming. Star says, I'm so excited for Deltarune. Yes, let's talk about normal things now. Let's forget everything I said in the past 5 minutes, please. I'm begging you. You should send it to me? No. Oh, I thought you meant the others that I just listed off of reading the first page of, yeah, no, because I love the art in that. I fucking love the art in that. It's like noir theme, monochrome, but with red. It looks inked professionally. It is one of the best things besides X-Tale that I've seen to come out of the Undertale fandom in terms of quality. Sooner or later, if I didn't know what Undertale was, I was gonna think this was a real printed comic book. Sooner or later, you're gonna be mine. It does have a novel on Tapas originally, but I read the webcomic first based off of dubs. I don't know if it was Starbuck dubs. I want to show an example. It's inked so beautifully, and I am an underfell bitch. My god, I need to shut the fuck up. You want my internet history while you're at it? All you're gonna see is me how to shift out of Archie. That's it. Where the fuck did that save? They're all okay. That was in downloads. That's good. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at that shit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that line quality on that smoke. Look at that typography. Excellent. Appropriate. The new bot. Look at the background. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do that. That might be just a default. That might be a texture brush. Now that I think about it. But they bothered. They bothered. They bothered to do that. Look at the smoke. Look at the shape language of the smoke. Look how intentional. Look how demure. Look how modest. Mindful. Look at how they like manipulated the anatomy of the hands to be more flesh-like, but still a skeleton. Artists, and look at the shading on that. Look at the shading. Look at the inking on the suit. How the fuck? I can't do that shit. I don't know how to do this shit. Amazing. I'm one for like a gritty brush with texture, specifically like chalk. or like charcoal pencil, a good line pencil, brush. Those are words. Oh my god. And like the title, I could gush on about it forever. It's so good. It's so good. This is such a brilliant interpretation of what was like funny edgelord version of Bone Man. You know? Holy shit. Well, this is Mobfell specific. Actually, yeah, it's Mobfell. Underfell is the evil version, blah blah blah, edgy version of Undertale. And then you've got Mobtail, which is basically Undertale in 1940s. And then they just combine that. It's just evil Undertale in the 1940s. Yay! Actually, because of this, I'm sorry, epilepsy. Because of this, because of shit, because of Mobtail specifically, I got so fascinated with the flapper aesthetic. You know, the women that would like dress up all glamorous in like straight dresses, tube dresses, straight cuts dresses, and like I don't know what they would do, but they look fly as hell. I don't know. That's a word that I said. I actually considered that for Sebi or like my model's like design because I thought that like that costume aesthetic was so nice. I was almost going to do a 1940s aesthetic casino shit kind of themed. And I almost did by leaning into the bar thing, but I ran out of time with the whole live duty trial, free trial. Ah, Jesus. Don't get me talking about Undertale. Don't get me. This is gonna be. You're gonna get like 8 hours of this if I play Undertale. You do not want that. You do not want that. I don't want that. Jesus Christ. What tag you looked up? I literally just searched up Undertale Sans, and then there's an official tag for him. Literally just press that. Star says, "Oh, I've been wanting to read that one. Is it good?" Bracket Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Thank you so much for putting the context because I read shit so late. Oh, there's an ad upcoming, but I'll try to snooze it. Is it good? I would say that it is very compelling. It is good in terms of if you like detective shit or secret spy shit, young girl getting into things that are bigger than she seems, uncovering secrets one after the other, like she's a goody two shoes, but like the only reason she's getting into like the whole murder case in the first place is because it's for the school project. I feel like that's very cool. That's very like middle school me. I love spy novels and shit. So this I was really drawn to this one. I think it's very good at building up hype. It's very good at building up tension. There were parts where I felt like goosebumps literally run across my skin. It's not graphic or anything. It's just like, oh, tension, thriller, you know? What's going on? Who is it? Who's doing this? The ending is kind of lackluster. I'm not spoiling it at all, but I feel like it's I'm looking out for you by saying by telling you that in advance. It's not. It could be better. It feels like the author got tired, but 80% of the book really builds quite nicely. I think. I think so. I would give it an 8 out of 10. Yeah. I would give it an 8 out of 10. It was fun to read. It's actually the first book that I finished in under 2 weeks for the first time in years. I was a big I was a big bookworm. I was a good bookworm. I was a big bookworm. All right. I was a worm that parades the books of variable sizes, specifically the large ones. All right. Cusco's Poison for Cusco. I would recommend it if you have run out of things to read, but I wouldn't recommend it over other good books. You know what I mean. Funko says, haven't you learned by now that Bubble's just that guy? He is. He is. Specifically Spider-Man. Oh, I still gotta play Deltarune. Should I play Deltarune? I never played Deltarune. I just watched Jacksepticeye play it, to be honest. That's Funko's nice way of saying he's really stupid and knows a lot of random stuff for no reason. Nah, dude, don't do that. Remove the he's stupid part. You do know a lot of shit. That's a paradox. How can you be stupid and know a lot of shit, huh? Holy shit, the first row of images. I'm so sorry. I don't know what you see, but I'm so sorry. Now imagine you're 10 years old and you see that shit. Because you're like, oh my god, funny, haha, game Jacksepticeye. Let me search. Oh! You know? Okay, but Fell Sans just hits differently. Yeah, you get me. You get me. You get me, sir. You get me. You get me. You get me. I get you. You get me. I get you. You get me. I get you. Oh my god. It looks familiar. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. There are a lot of impressive projects in the fandom and a lot of questionable things in the fandom. But I feel like it balances out. The more like crazy bullshit that goes on, the more that there's an equal chance that crazy becomes crazy good, you know? Never mind, I just saw Bubble say bones, Addy. I take everything back. Please do never say the word bone boner in my chat ever again. Exalt. Jesus Christ. Bubble Tea added permitted team term boning. Thanks, Sebi Undertale is my hyperfixation. I'm happy to talk about this. The things I have to talk about are not. I don't trust myself. They're not good for like your average family Thanksgiving. What's that deal? Skeletons? Oh, what is ectoplasm? I'm kidding. You should probably check Melika's Patreon. Who's Melika? Who's that? I'm scared. I'm doing this in incognito. Creating comics and art? Why is it asking me if I'm 18 or older? What is this? Who's Melika? Oh. Oh, they have a nice like brown and gold aesthetic. Are they the artist? Wait, Melika artist? Are they the art? Wait, I'm so sorry. I'm so ignorant. Are they the artists for Sooner or Later You're Gonna Be Mine? Or am I... Is it? I don't know. Their style looks very similar. Maybe they worked on it. I don't know. I should probably catch up in chat. That's the artist of Sooner or Later. Holy shit, yeah. Wait, why Patreon? Why is it asking me if I'm 18 plus? What are you making me do, Quantum? What the fuck? Jack did say he won't be playing the rest of Deltarune. Seb, you gotta play it for us instead. Okay, Deltarune, I can give you fresh. I can give you a fresh batch of reactions for. I don't know shit. I have not touched the fandom ever. I was not really into it, really. I don't even remember the character's name. The only thing I remember is Sans showing up once. And there's the fluffy goat and D&D. And lizard. I'm so out of time. Why is there an ad? I'm sorry. I messed up. I'm sorry I messed up. Let us have a moment of silence while the ad progresses. Error sounds. Error sounds. Error sounds? Error sounds. Hot take that I will say after the ad. Well, it's doing that. I'm gonna look at Malika. Malikas. Look at more of their work. They are a really good artists. Why did I not think to look at their art? They do a lot of Undertale. No, that's Horror Tale. I wonder what any of these words might mean to people who are not in Undertale fandom. Do I sound like I'm batshit insane? Holy shit. Holy shit. This cover is insane. Wait, I'm waiting for the ad. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna show you after the ad. This cover is so... damn. I really thought it was bait. I really thought sooner or later you're gonna be mine was like bait, like, oh, it's overrated. Like, it's just, haha, Smexy Skeleton, haha. Then I read it. I mean, I listened to the dub and I was like, whoa, this had actual care. And, well, even if it was the other option, it would be fine because, I mean, let people do what they want to do. But that's not what personally hooks me. Like the fact that there was actual story. Damn. And artistry. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Are we done? Are we done? Okay, okay, okay. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Wait. Look. Oh, why is it? There we go. Look at this shit. This is terrifying. This is Gaster, by the way. One of the like more cryptic Easter eggs in Undertale. This is terrifying. The composition is so nice. The fact that like it's a lower angle, so to make you feel smaller, and his coat making him seem bigger than he actually is, like an animal. And the fact you can't see his eyes making him seem even more impersonal. This is Gasser, right? Yeah, he has the thing down the side of his face. Yeah. Damn. He's built like Slenderman. I'm just a fraud. What a good scrungly boy. Anyway, hot take, Error Sans. Underfell better. Underfell better. Hot take. I feel like Error Sans goes too far into that edginess that was too much for me. Like somehow the cliche became classic to me. The cliche like edgy alternate universe became like one of the classics. You prefer Nightmare? I know who else prefers Nightmare. Elliot. I miss Elliot. I hope they're fine. They haven't been chat in a while. I understand school is packing up again. I'm not good for my average Thanksgiving either. My brother in Christ, I have no one to talk this filth. That is not my brother! Look at me, I am a fucking jelly bean! You find me in cans, because that's all I can fit in. Look at me, do I look like I'm going to be talking about a skeleton schlong? No. I don't want that to be my reputation. I don't want... Listen, to each their own. You can be like Bao and literally like go into heat on stream. You can do whatever you want. But I have to edit. I will edit my own shit. I'm not currently doing it, and I don't want to look at myself. I can't look at myself do that. I will talk about it respectfully. Exile has never played Undertale before. I feel like if Undertale was released today, it would not be as popular. Does that make sense? It's a very lucky game. It hit the right key points for people at the right time. Does that make sense? Madam Brown. Fun fact, Ralsei's name, Ralsei is a character in Deltarune, it's just Azrael, but the letters rearranged, like how Deltarune is an anagram of Undertale. You would think that maybe that they're connected, but then Toby Fox, the creator, was like, I don't want these two to like intermingle with one another, they're completely separate. But then he literally recycles the letters, which is kind of odd to me. He can do what he wants, I guess. I think it's kind of funny. Funny anagram. Chapter 2 sold me on the story of Deltarune. Same. Same. Chapter 1 didn't really excite me. Because I didn't feel like immersed. I didn't feel attached to the characters. And then the last scene hit me and I was like, what? What? You know? That plot twist, that last minute plot twist that I'm not going to say just in case people don't know what I'm talking about. Not gonna lie, Horror Sans did also have a grasp on me. I was scared of Horror Sans. I was fine. I was fine with Underfell. I was scared of Horror Tale. That legitimately, that's good. That shit was too spooky for me as a tween. Raw. Next question. I'm pinning that. That's a pin. That's a pin of shame. Sorry, I'm so. Raw. Next question. Nah. Based, but that needs a pin. That so needs a pin star. I'm not punishing you, but I take it. Take it. Oh my god, they bubbled down. They doubled down. Shut the fuck. Oh my god, they kept going. Honestly, every single one of the bad sands are immediately a smash. No, but you're not wrong. I don't know. I'm not in my bad boy phase anymore. It's just like Underfell. Because I was in that phase back then, Underfell has cemented its position in my heart for nostalgia, I guess. If I fucking met Underfell Sans today, or if I encountered his character at the very least, I would fucking hate him. I would hate him so much. Do you hear me? I have so outgrown him. I would have so outgrown him. I would despise his cliche ass. The only thing saving him is my nostalgia. I don't like him. But nostalgia go brrr. Sebi's gonna catch up with these comments sooner or later. Hey! 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 I'm gonna pin that instead. You're welcome. That's a good pun. I just remembered Toby Fox had the funny Twitter post of can't wait for all of the fan art of my OCs. No, but literally, that is what it is, isn't it? What the fuck is chapter 465 with the one for? What are you talking about, Exalt? It's okay, I'm still in that phase still for all of us. I must have transferred it over to you because it evaporated. It disintegrated from my body so fast at one point. I would hate that motherfucker. What are you looking at, Exalt? What the hell are you looking at? This shit uncensored. What are you looking at? Malika's Patreon? Oh. Did you buy? Can you send me a screenshot? No, I'm curious. What the fuck are you reacting to? Chapters? Huh? There's chapters? Let me rest my face. Wait. Well, pages. Oh, okay. I'm kind of curious too. Do I need to buy their Patreon too? Is this just a sponsorship? Jesus Christ. The fuck? I didn't see this page. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? I just tabbed back into Chrome and I found this comic page. Who is this? This is terrifying. This is not Gaster. They made it. They made him look different in the. Is this like a draft? Oh, he's so scary! What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, that texturing, that artistic decision. Wow. And they made like, oh, they made like this whole part black. Make him stand out. They could have made the fur white, but no, the black fur makes it look so much better. Holy shit, and like the texturing on the speech bubble. But who is this? Oh my god! That's scary. I kinda understand. I kinda understand. Maybe, kinda, maybe. Yeah, Rusty. Hi, Rusty! How you doing? Smash! Are you sure? Are you sure? How would you kiss that thing? How would you kiss that thing? Tell me. What is your approach? I'm getting old. I'm pretty sure if you asked like 12-year-old me, I'd be like, my dibs, dibs, you know? This one dibs. This one nightmares. Kissing is not needed. Oh my god, stars skipping base. Listen, he's still smiling at. Smiling? Motherfucker, he can't even see. I don't even think his eyes are open. He looks like a solidified squid. That's terrifying, goddamn. Holy shit. No, but if you made him like 9 foot, I kind of get it, I guess. Do skeletons have eyes? They have eye lights. I answered that way too fast. That comes from a lot of experience reading vocabulary about skeleton anatomy. You wanna know? Yeah. The bones in your hands are called phalanges. The amount of times I read the word vertebra. Putang ina. Wait, what happened? Oh my god! New pin of shame. Although I don't think he knows what shame feels like. Let's do a time check. It is currently 12:17 a.m. Thank god I don't have school tomorrow. I don't want to explain this to anyone that sees me sleepy in class. Oh, I was awake. I was like talking about skeleton boning with my chat. Oh my god, stop! Why the toilet? Is this the shit you read? I don't know what you're reading! No, excuse me! Oh, by the way, speaking of which, Exile, you just your presence reminded me of something since you said dog on me for Monster Hunter. Like I met I'm a pussy that can't fucking speak. I met a squad that really liked Monster Hunter, and I was like, "Whoa, you guys play? You excited for Wilds?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, what do you main? What's your main weapon?" I was like, gun sword. Oh, the land. What did they say? Something. They said something. They said the proper name, and I was like, yeah. Oh, and did you do this? Did you defeat something yet? Yeah. And did you? Oh my god, Sebi, what do you think about the? Yeah. What do you think about Frostpunk? What is it? What's the DLC name? Frostbite. Whatever the fuck. Neverwinter. Winter is coming. I don't know what it's called. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, I know what you, yeah. And they were just walking behind me talking about it the whole walk. Ah. I kind of want to play Monster Hunter again. It's like an abusive relationship. Like, oh, I can do better this time. But not Rise. I would want to play Wilds. Rusty said, I'm holding out, but just know, like an onion, have layers. I want to take that skeleton. I want that skeleton to take off. What? Oh my god. Can I. Wait. I just want to check something. Can I. Necrophilia. This title may conflict with Twitch's moderation policy. I was gonna make this stream title. Oh my god. I'm losing, buddy. Never mind. Never mind. Bone blocked by Twitch moderators. Did someone say Monster Hunter? I did. I had a feeling that would summon you, Koga. Yeah, I talked with some new people recently about Monster Hunter, and they made me. I had to pretend like I still play, like I know what I'm doing, like I can play. No, no. Now I feel like playing it just out of obligation to back up my claims. Like, oh yeah, the gun lance. Yeah, 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 yeah. Instant clip. Monster. Raptoid, Raptoros, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Gunlance! Yep. Bubble says no protection for the. Oh, I'm not reading that. 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 Yeah, no, I need to silencio. No, you can talk. I'm just not gonna read it. Frostpunk, I don't know. By the way, I want to play Frostpunk so bad. Oh my god, that I'm such a sucker for resource management games. I can't do puzzle games for shit, but resource management. Oh my god, that's why for resource management. Does Vampire Survivors count as resource management? I love the tower, the Idle Tower game. I love that. I'm just spouting off games. God damn it. Can I join Monster Hunter World? You can if we're gonna play it. Or Wilds. That's gonna be confusing from now on. When people say MHW, it could be World or Wilds. The new MH demo blue screen my laptop playtest. That is not a good sign. I don't think I'm gonna get the new game though. I don't know. I'm gonna watch other people play the game. It doesn't count. They are not dead. They are depictions of dead characters, but I guess you're right. There was not a day in hell that I thought I would be arguing against sans fan people, gender neutral fan people. I am one of you. It's just that I'm the one with the microphone. I will be recorded. I'm still closeted. Don't do this to me. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Just call it sexy skeleton time. Bet if it lets me do that right before I end stream, which I've been saying for the past 2 hours, tangina. Stream information. Sexy. I doubt they'll let sexy slide. Sexy skeleton stream. Stream info updated this successfully. Great. So you allow that but not necrophilia. Wow. Wow, Twitch. Discriminatory. No, it's sarcasm, please. The people shall flock, Actually, I would rather that. I would rather that than Roblox toddlers. So I'm looking at Malika's Patreon and seeing the latest chapter of Sooner or Later. Oh, does it get freaky? Is that allowed on tapas? Huh. Damn. I'm so buying World. If you're doing a stream on it, they're why do you guys want to play with me? Play Monster Hunter with each other. That's perfectly fine. Why do you want to? I will stand inside the world so you guys can play on stream. I will literally be the cameraman. You saw me play Monster Hunter. For those that don't know, I played it once. I died to the first thing that saw me 8 times in a row consecutively. I did not make a single lick of progress in that stream. And you want me to go back? Y'all are sadists. I want to get wilds, but my PC kind of not optimized for it. I want to get wilds in the case if I ever finish World End Rise, which I have not. Well, finish. I don't know if you can finish those games, but you can get like decent done. Like me with Hollow Knight. I'm almost like 100 and I'm at 110% for Hollow Knight. Does anyone want to watch me play Hollow Knight? I love that game. Want to watch me play a game I played like 6,000 times? Yeah. No, no one wants to play. Okay. Bubble tea enjoy added permitted term piss. We went from dog piss to sexy skeleton. Fuck yeah, that sounds like a successful stream to me. Hell yeah, brother. Piss got moderated. Got moderated, gang. It gets a whole lot freaky. Nice. Did I imagine this stream was 18 plus? Is it? No, I don't have that anymore. I'm gonna put that. I swear a lot. I should keep that in my tabs. Where's the plus button on the keyboard? I'm definitely 18 plus. This tag contains invalid characters. Well, fuck me sideways with a chainsaw. 18 plus. Wait, it needs to be capitalized so that they're all uniform. 18 plus language. Because I don't want people to think, oh, I'm doing other shit. You're a catalyst when I get my midterm break. I think it would be a good idea to time it around midterm break, yeah. I really should do more research on the school schedule, both Asiatic? Is that how you say that? No. In Asia and in Europe and the Americas. To maybe get a feel for what would be the best time. So I could time things better. That's a good idea. I love doing research. I love doing data collection. I might as well add that to my to-do list. Y'all saw my master notes. Y'all saw my master document. I'm a fucking nerd. I may not know what is 3 times 21, but I know how to make a Google Doc. Yeah. What is 3 times 21? 2, 4, 6. 63? What's 9 times 8? I'm not looking down because I'm counting my fingers. No, I'm not. 9 times 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7, 72? I'm going into information systems. IT, baby. That's business and technology. 2 very number-centric degrees. I'm so cooked. So schedule a Monster Hunter stream. I do have that. Research school schedules, specifically holidays, midterm break, summer break, to time community streams. Better? Oh god, but yeah. Zebi brought us all together and questions why we want to play together. Because I fucking suck. Playing with me is the closest you can get to catching a mental illness. I make the impossible possible, baby. Oh my god. I really kind of want to grind Monster Hunter. Because if I'm gonna play with you guys, I don't want to be useless. Shut up. Is that what his name is? Koga Arzuros? That name will forever haunt me. Jesus. The thing that killed me, the bear. I like bears. I had a Winnie the Pooh stuffed toy. It's in 2 weeks. I definitely can grind Monster Rise. Monster Hunter Rise. I'm playing Rise slowly. My friends dropped it though. Just like me. I like the dog. What I don't like is the bear. If you go from Image World to Rise. Dude, sayang! I did not know how to clip back then. Do I? Wait, I think I had the VOD. I think I published the VOD on my YouTube channel. Do we have the VOD for Monster Hunter? I specifically remember downloading it. Switch account. Sebiiroo. Do we have the VOD for Monster Hunter? Fuck, I have a separate account for VODs. I forgot. Sebi VODs. Switch account. Sebi VODs. Jesus. It won't let me switch accounts. Oh, there we go. Alright, view your channel. Did I upload it? Yes! Oh, I did! I did! Wait. Okay, just to catch you guys up to speed, I wanted to show this. Oh my god. It's here. What the? Let me open it in incognito. There we go. Since it's been a long time since since we've played Monster Hunter, I feel like it's right to have a refresher. Oh my god, that is gigantic. Hold on. What? What? Transition. There. There we go. Anyway, I have a VOD channel if you didn't know. It's over here. Oh, back when I had my PNG tuber. Aww. Alright then, fade out. Aww, isn't that cute? Look at my little animation that I never used again. It's so cute. Too bad it doesn't apply to my current character. This is when I had energy, when I had time. Oh, look at that starting soon screen. Oh my god. I was so proud of that seaweed. Why is there one like? Who did that? Probably my alt account. Alright. Let's not listen to my voice. I don't want to do that. I made my dog Winter, who pissed on my note. Where is me getting my ass kicked by a bear? Shut the fuck up! Oh my god, I don't like my voice! But there are things. I'm trying to be cool. Oh, this is me last year, I shouldn't say too much. Begin quest. Okay. Is this the one? No, this is the arena one. Oh, look at that chat window! Okay, me killing the Jagras. Where's the bear? Where is the fucking bear? There it is. You see me? I'm really bad. Oh, this isn't the first time, huh? Oh, people were vaccinating. I just jumped off a cliff. Where did I start? Where did I start hunting him? Oh my god, is that all the way back? Oh my god. No, you can't. I don't know. Anyway. I was really bad. Is he gonna run away? Oh, he's not. Oh, I dodged. Good job. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not 8, it's 4. She's not wrong. Okay, we're going off topic, but like I quit. As you can see, I quit after that. Look at my old just talking screen. Oh, look at the follower go. Swinteroo. My nemesis. My dead name. Why are you talking like this? Thank you for this. Thank you for the pet. Why are you talking like this? God, I'm so cool. I'm panicking underneath. Ah, cute. I shouldn't make fun of myself. I was doing my best, but it's funny though. I was trying so hard, and I still am. I still am. Who is here? Oh, it's Exalt. Guys, look, it's Exalt. What did we do? Oh, I was still developing my VTuber model. Oh, look at it. Oh, don't look at it. Oh. What do you mean? You did it all on your... What? Bitch, the fuck am I? Look at me! What? I thought I could do it all on my own. To be fair, it was really difficult. How did I end stream? I wanna see. Look at Exalt spam. This is my Discord status. Shut up. End the stream. End the stream. End the stream. Wait, how did I do it? What's my outro? What's my outro? It was a good stream. Bye bye. Wow, what? Wow, I still do that, huh? Something's never changed. Oh, bye bye. Ew. Katiri. Oh my god, it's cute. It's cute. It's so cute. It's adorable how hard I was trying. I still do. I still do. I enjoyed that. Oh, I really thought I got madder than I did. I sounded so calm. I was so mad. Legit, like my blood was boiling. I was so embarrassed. I was so mad at it. I went to my friends after and I was like, man, man, stream today sucked. Man, I fucked up. Oh god. Koga said I would probably die in psychology if I pursued it. Did I tell you guys that was one of my first options? Veterinary school or psychology. Those were among the first options for college. Now I'm here in IT. Speaking of which, let's I still do the voice. Speaking of which, I still do it. It's just it's more healthier. I would say it's not an abuse on my diaphragm. Sar says, yeah, but that doesn't matter. You are fun and entertaining, and we enjoy your company. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I don't know how to take a compliment. That's very sweet of you, Star. I find you guys... Actually, you guys are more funny. You guys are funnier than me. Jesus Christ. You guys... Legit. I wouldn't... I would be nothing without anything to bounce off of, really. I hate that honey badger bear. Valstrax is still your favorite monster design? Oh, I love me some creature design. Who's Valstrax? Wait, is the man's a bit loud. Holy shit, is that... Do we got rockets for wings? Goddamn. Goddamn, what the fuck is that? Look at this shit. Look at it. Damn. I actually was about to be commissioned for something similar to this. More canine-esque, but just as fiery. I forget from what... I think it was a Final Fantasy fan art commission. But that was... I think that was the one that I had to refund. Saya? Although I'm still in contact with that client, so we'll see. We'll see what they want to this day. What is this? I just like all creature in Monster Hunter. Creature good. Creature good. Creature is good. Taliesin. Oh, hi. Hello. Hi. Oh, I'm panicking. How you doing? Hey. I don't. Dude, I saw you follow me like a couple days ago. I was like, oh, me? It's good to have you here. Just got back from getting a tattoo. Holy shit. Holy shit, let's go. Oh shit, I've yet to reply to you. Okay. Oh yes, I will reply to you. I apologize. I apologize for not replying to you. I've been like preparing for this stream and I had an exam today. Can you see me sweating? I'm sweating. I'm nervous. Let me reply to you right now. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. All right. Good job to our younger self. Did I say that? Wait, what? Who's Swinter? Oh my goodness, we don't talk about her. She's dead. She's gone. Evil twin. Yes. Old model Loki looks so cute though. I really was going for the more siren mermaid aesthetic rather than dragon. I'm kind of satisfied with how I look now. The OG model. It looks so squishy. I don't know if you were there, but we had a redeem where you could literally bonk me with a fish and I would squish. I would literally... Huh? Oh, thank you. I would literally squish like what? Instead of the bonk animation, you would just see me getting hit by a fish and be... I animated that on Adobe Premiere. Oh wow, it was one of my first animations on that software. I talk a lot, huh? No, you were doing me a solid. You were doing me a solid. I was like nobody. You were my only viewer. I feel like that's why nothing has changed. You used to be calm? That wasn't calm. I know I seem so much more calmer. I haven't seen that VOD actually. I never viewed the VOD after I ended that stream because I was so embarrassed. I never know what I sounded like. I sounded so calm. Goddamn. Your ass can never become a veterinarian? Does it have something to do with the dog piss? Huh? Me being pissed on my dog? What? Me being pissed on my dog pissing on my homework. which is what brought me back, and I got busy with class because that's my test and that's my. I'm not a lucky person. Me being nice to Sebi, die. I did not say die. I did not say die. Let the record show. Oh, thank you, Axel, for the posture check. I need that. Jesus. There's an alt universe where me and Sebi could be vets together. I really do love animals. Contrary to what I've exhibited today, complaining about my dog ruining a lot of my property. I really do love animals. I always have. Oh my god. I used to like memorize this dog book, this breed encyclopedia from cover to cover, and anytime there was a dog related lesson, I would go up to the teacher after class. And this is when I was like 6 years old. I would go up to the teacher after class as a very shy kid, be like, Miss, can I have these sources for today? And can I have like the website? Can I look at it after class? I want to look at it at home. I want to show it to my parents because I love dogs that much. That's such a core memory. I've always been a nerd. There says there is an alt universe for me, and I already said that. I already read that. Jet Dragon. Ba-dum, da-da-da-dum. I'm so behind in chat, my bad. I just want to get to everything. Uni exams are a nightmare. Dude, I feel you. I just had one today. I feel confident. I feel confident about it, but you never know. You never know. You never let your guard down when it comes to uni. Especially, oh my god, that was a statistics class. I had to study a lot for that one. This whole half day, I was just studying like crazy. Then I went, oh my god, I went home and I was panicking. I was looking over the stuff I studied. Did I get it right? Did I get? I gotta make sure. I can't go straight without it. And then before I knew it, it was like 5 p.m. Oh my god. To be fair, I'm still confident. I think I did as well as I could have. And I hope, Taliesin, I hope I'm saying your name right. I hope you feel similarly about yours. What the fuck? She did not study. Her ass got to the study table and started. Do I look like a. Do I look like a godful person? My lore literally stipulates that the ancient god Bathala of Philippine folklore kicked my ass out of heaven. Do I look like... Oh, dragony tattoo, shading skull. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're speaking to my soul. The only reason I got into Dungeons and Dragons and fantasy and everything, which is my favorite thing to draw, it's because I love dragons. Holy shit. Oh, I'm a dragon, by the way. I have a more detailed design than this. It's just a chibi version, but fucking love dragons. I hope it turned out good. I hope I hope the recovery process is smooth. That's what I hope for you. Old model looks like it did squeak like a squeaky toy. Oh wait, not really a fun fact, but a fact I haven't said in a long time, but the sound that I played for the bonk animation still hasn't changed to this day. The sound is me punching a glass door inside my bathroom because I was so mad at somebody. And just me going, ow. That is me. That is literally me going and actually hurting my fist by accident. I didn't mean to do it. That's hard. It's because one of my friends, or like a friend of a friend, was wronged, and I was so mad. God damn it. Sebi, you'd take one for the team whenever someone gets pissed on. If we were yes, I'm your piss shield. Damn. What the fuck? For context, my dog peed on my homework. Let me reiterate. Please. Old age taking Sabri's memory. Just you wait. Just you wait. I'm gonna sleep well. I'm gonna be healthy. And give me 1 to 3 years, I will recover my brain functions. Taliesin says, just completed my programming exam. It's so horrible writing code on. Ugh. Oh, on paper. What ancient, what ancient ass methods are they using? That's so inefficient. Also, I get that it might be how should I say, practical or not even practical, but like useful to practice your scripture. But when it comes to coding, that defeats the whole purpose, right? And I should know. I'm shifting to information systems next year. Next term. Next term. Oh, next term. I'm excited. Yee. I hope they don't make me do that. Oh my god. I would be willing. I'm gonna try hard that way, but I would still complain about it. Just watch. I'm gonna come back here. You'll hear from me if I have something to say about IT. Oh my god. Study tip: 4 a.m. till 6 a.m. Only if you sleep like if you sleep at 7 p.m. or like 8 p.m. Is that actual good study tip? Only if it suits you. Your review says, hey, I'm back. What's happening and why are there skeletons? Undertale. Undertale fangirls. That's what we were talking about. That's why the pinned message is someone's my part-time editor. What the fuck do I call you? My mod, Bubble, a resident person, not in my basement. He's not a resident because he's in my basement. That's not the reason. I let him out sometimes. That's why. That's why the pin is so attention-grabbing. I promise you, I did not say such vile things. I only thought them. I kept them in my inside voice. There were dragons when I was a boy. What is that a reference to? I remember. It's escaping me. It's escaping me, Goga. Listen to some 40 hertz or this study audio. Oh. Exalt's got actual steady shit going on. It's the quietest time of the day for around 4 a.m. I don't disagree with you. But unfortunately, I don't study well in quiet. Does that make sense? I need to be, or like, I prefer being around other people where it's like, oh, other people are working. I need to work too, you know? I'm peer pressuring myself. I'm never gonna end this stream. Have you seen the live action? I have. Toothless looks great. I'm so glad they didn't over realistical him. That's a word. They didn't over realism him. He looks great. He looks amazing. Cass looks okay. I just hope that their acting can keep up. I hope they do it justice. I don't think it needed a live action, but oh my god, I still want to see it. I still want to see it because dragon, dragon. Oh my god, I fucking love dragons. Focus on an area for 30 seconds to focus up and then start writing short form notes. Let's go, Exile. Let's go. Oh my god, pop off, king. Let's go. If it can be simplified more, then do it. Literally works. I memorized 2 history books. Damn. Damn. Well, if it works for you, I'm really glad you found a method that works for you. I remember you asking for me for like study shit. One day I will be old by then. One day you'll get those senses. But yeah, okay, I am old. I'm at the very ancient age of 20. I'm rotting away. I can feel my bones disintegrating right in front of you. I should get my life alert right now. Because you guys are fucking stressing me out. Well, Taliesin says, on that programming exam, a friend broke their hand. Oh! And had a scribe to write. Damn! Had a scribe to write for them, but the scribe didn't know programming, so they didn't know how to format things. That is not fair at all. God damn, I feel so bad. Yeah, same. That's I kind of inwardly like giggled at the word scribe. That's scribe. That's so fancy. Wow, but that sucks. That's but fancy. Ooh la la. But that sucks. That absolutely sucks. I hope, gosh, I hope that they got some consideration. At least that's what we call it over here, where the professor will give more leniency towards your grade based on certain like, oh, like my goldfish died, you know, I'm mourning, I'll give you consideration. That's a really rough example. Oh my god. Oh my god, next thing you know, they're gonna have you like bring stone tablets and just etch that shit. Goodness. Hi, I'm Undertale fan girl. Review says, how do I dress like a 90s anime delinquent without looking violently cringe? I have the urge to be gender. 90s anime delinquent. I think you keep it simple. Don't go for the hair, don't go for the tattoos, don't go for the piercings. Or you can, but keep it minimal. Keep it select. Do focus on two focal points, your hands and your face. Right? Don't go put don't get a belly button. I don't fucking know. I'm talking as if I know what I'm talking about. I actually have no idea what 90s anime delinquents look like. Let me look them up. 90s anime delinquents. Yeah, no, don't do the hair. Don't do the hair. I feel like a slick back hair style really only works for a few people. Oh, wait, I accidentally pressed on Discord. Taliesin sent me the. Oh, Taliesin sent me the. Oh, the tattoo. It's like it's got a dog at the base, and there's a silhouette of a dragon rising from him. Oh, that is so sweet. I want to. I don't know if this is dog, like, is an actual dog in real life that you know, but I definitely want tattoos as well, and I definitely want one for two of my childhood dogs. One being Snow, and the other one being Winter, who's under my desk right now. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my boy Snow. Oh, that is so sweet. That's so majestic as well. I won't show it on stream without your consent, but that's really nice. If you want to show it, go for it. Oh, there we go. It's a story in this fantasy book series I'm reading. It looks like packed with meaning. It looks like, I don't know, like it would have a story behind it. It does. What am I talking about? Let me snooze the ad upcoming. I forgot it was coming. I'm talking here. Don't interrupt me. Alright, let's download this shit. Lucky! Where did it go? It's that! Oh my god, I like the way they did the gradients. I feel like tattoos must be so difficult. I kind of considered being a tattoo artist once, but the fact of messing up on someone's skin is terrifying. I know you have practice, you literally have like blobs of fake skin to practice on. Oh, but that's so nice. Oh my god. God damn. That looks healed also. That looks done, like really done. Damn. Congrats. Congrats on a great tattoo. Fuck. I want a tattoo. I want a tattoo. I want to go to the point where I want to design it, but then what if it's cringe? What if because it's basically my art. What if I look back on my art, I'm like, oh, I don't want to look at that anymore. I would want to commission someone for it. Because I would specifically want something to do with The Last Guardian, my dogs, and maybe asexuality, and the word eventually. I've thought about this before. You can tell. You can tell. I have a list in my mind. Anyway, 90s anime delinquents. I'm sorry, the whiplash from my conversation topics. I get on tangents really easily. Anyway, don't do the slick backed hair. I think that's cringe. See, this guy doesn't have it, but he get a fake. Ooh, get a fake cigarette or get like a lollipop or a toothpick. I always feel some certain type of way. I feel so much cooler with a toothpick between my teeth. Dental hygiene is cool, kids. No, not that. That's too over the top. If you have a metal bat, that would be great. Yeah, see this like the uniform? I feel like if you have something black you could pull it off. Like this. This is super casual. If you throw it over your shoulders, that speaks big delinquent vibes to me. I don't know. I feel like such a badass whenever I do that, even though it's just because I have sweaty armpits. Your average Twitch streamer. And Kaden says, yeah, it makes sense. Kaden! Sorry, Kaden, when did you get here? Hi! How you feeling? Yeah, it makes sense. When I was in school, I had to listen to music or being around someone to study. Yeah. I've tried listening to ambient sounds of people working like in a coffee shop, but it feels so artificial. I don't see people working around me. Like legitimately, if I go to the study lounge, it don't do nothing for me. It don't do nothing for me. It ain't gonna do jack shit for me. Because there's not enough people there and you're so sectioned off. It's lovely and it's quiet and it's beautiful, beautifully designed for focus, but I personally just don't focus that way. 3.5 GPA is a perfectly good GPA, okay? I just had a depressive episode, okay? God damn. See, you can't even spell. Haha. Everyone point and left. Point and left. He can't spell GPA. Okay. I'm kidding. Dwayne. The other dragon design, says Shucks, in that live action don't look anything like their animated counterparts. It kind of makes Toothless out of it. Really? I didn't see. Hello, other tangent. Live action. What do the other dragons look like? What about, what's another song? Other dragons. I'm gonna search other dragons. I don't see them. What the fuck? I don't want to go through the whole trailer to find them because I know I'm gonna stream for another. It's like 2 hours. God damn it! But I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. The fact that they look out of place, but that kind of sucks. Maybe like people were really adamant, like, oh, do not change Toothless, and they were like, okay, and changes the other ones. I mean, to be fair, you can't fuck up Toothless out of anything. That's good priorities. Sar says, old grandma Sebi, bro's about to start with the back in my days. Now listen, back in my day, we didn't have these fucking things you call coins. We had rocks that we exchanged for teeth. Back in my day, we didn't have these, what do you call this? We didn't have these rocks in your mouth called teeth. We had gums. We would like just swallow shit whole like a snake. Before, in 1976, before teeth were invented. I was not alive. That probably dates a couple of you. Review says I can't do the hair, at least the slick back kind of, because I have the exact same hairline as Tetsuo from Accra. Same! I feel you. I feel you. From the bottom of my heart to the top of my bald head. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you so hard. Ah. You know what it's like for having an airplane runway for a forehead. I will literally, I don't even have a forehead. I'm gonna put fingers on my forehead. I have an 8 head. I have an 8 head. I look like the guy from, I look like Megamind, but Asian and yellow. Oh, look at that rigging on the horns. Oh, perspective. Oh, fancy. Shanks says feels like a different team handled the other dragons entirely. Right? Taliesin heals really quick from tattoos. I sincerely hope I share the same trait, but I don't think so. Like I tripped over while I was walking my dog. I tripped over I tripped over a piece of metal and it's still not gone. I think it's gonna scar. Shit. Iron deficiency go brrr. Knox says I want a tattoo so bad, but I don't know if anything I want will look good with my skin tone. I never considered that. Perhaps there are benefits to being pale. I was gonna say being white, but that's something else. uh, I wonder, are white tattoos a thing? I'm hungry. Ooh. White tattoos, darker skin. That looks beautiful. What? Oh my god, white tattoos on. Oh my god. That doesn't look real. That's not real. They're so subtle but nice at the same time. Damn. Huh. Telling says I have a 6-month waiting period when I get a tattoo. If I still like the design after 6 months, then I can get it, but I have to wait before I get it permanently. Smart. That is exactly what I do. Exactly. To the 6 months time period. That is exactly what I do when I want to buy games or I want to buy anything, actually. Like, if I want to buy a poster or if I want to buy D&D dice, I have to wait 6 months before I want it. Then I know that for sure it's not a monkey brain impulse buy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You absolutely know what I mean. Damn. To be fair, I've wanted the tattoos that I just listed off for like 4 years, even longer probably. I've been building that list for a while. Maybe The Last Guardian, the video game, The Last Guardian tattoo can go. I don't know, that game still means so much to me. It's the first actual console game I ever played. It's the first video game I ever bought without pirating. And I remember so specifically the exact morning after I stayed up all night watching Jacksepticeye's playthrough. It was a cloudless day. I was still on the surface world, and I was just so tired, but I was crying from the ending. It just meant so much to me since it's such a like a human and animal companion game. I'm an animal lover. Of course it's gonna fucking hit me. SpongeBob narrator eventually. Not that eventually. Honestly, grayscale works really good on my skin tone. Colors change a little over time, but grayscale sticks consistent even with shading. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. Oh, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes so hard, my hair is gonna come back. I did not know that. Okay, noted. I will only get. Well, I was planning on getting a color tattoo, but I will note that down. I'm not gonna lie, it's the only reason I want a tattoo, or like one of the reasons I want a tattoo is because the people I grew up with, the people I grew up watching, I mean, are Dan TDM and Jacksepticeye, and both are covered in tattoos. Absolutely. So I'm a little bit influenced. It is the phone. It is the damn phone. My mom was right. Kaden, you've been here? What the fuck? I did not see you. My bad. My bad. My bad. I woke up, saw you were alive, and ran to Jack. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling better. Colors change a lot even on pale skin, so I've avoided it so far. Oh. Also, I've thought about like what happens when you gain muscle. When you have a tattoo. Does it distort as much when you gain weight? Or is it... I wonder if anyone's like experienced that. Does it distort differently? These are questions that are very important to me. Tooth fairy. Why tattoos hurt? They hurt so bad. Why do they hurt? Why do they hurt? What? Huh? It's commitment and mad respect to anyone who gets them. Is it because they're very faint? I don't know what it is about white tattoo ink that hurts, but just getting some white highlights on mine was so much. Why does white tattoos, why do white tattoos hurt? White ink typically contains titanium dioxide, which is possible to be known for its larger pigment particles. These particles may need to be injected deeper into the skin, requiring more pressure from the tattoo needle. That sounds horrifying. I am not gonna use white in my tattoo. Okay. That sounds horrifying. Ooh. I see like photos of tattoos that have been healed after 3 years later. Wait, I could just show you. What am I doing? What am I doing? Right here, officer. Oh, look at this. White ink, fresh 3 years later. So this is like 3 years later. I'm showing it in reverse order. And this is when it was fresh. It looks like a scar. And that's really painful? It's kind of nice. Kind of nice in a way that it's so subtle. But I guess it really depends on the person. I don't know if I would want mine to be subtle. I would want mine to be workable in a corporate environment because I don't want to deal with that shit. Oh, Koga, bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Thank you. I'm behind in chat. I'm sorry. Bye-bye. Thank you for stopping by. It's okay, Sebi. I still love you. I have been going to physical therapy. Let's go. So I've been getting sore from having to work, but I'm hoping soon I'll be able to get better. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will exchange some of my teeth, as I said before, like the olden days, just to ensure. What the fuck am I saying? Oh my god, Zeke? Hi, how you doing? What is going on? Why are my commissioners here? What did I do? Did I do something wrong? I'm kidding. Zeke, how you doing? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hi. Please. Looks may be deceiving, but this is not what I look like. Hi, this is what I do in my spare time. I hope you don't mind. Zeke, I showed the commission earlier. I hope that's okay. I hope that's okay. It is part of my portfolio, and I update people on what I draw. I hope that's okay. I hope that's okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, hell yeah, okay. I just wanted to double check. let's run it by one more time. Where is it? Oh, I wanna see. What? That is too big. Wow, look at him. Look at him. Wow. Wow. Look at him go. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Okay, it's gone. It's gone, so you can't steal it. It's only for Zeke. Apparently, titanium dioxide is what they use in white tattoo ink. I don't know. Also, hi W2P. How you doing? Hello. Welcome. Taliesin says they can distort with weight change. Yeah, it's why I'm avoiding hips and upper arms for now, because some tattoos of artists avoid stretch marks. That is very smart, because isn't stretch marks just like the exposure of the other layer of skin? Oh, I never thought about that. Hmm. Hmm. I used to call them like, I don't know. There was this one wholesome event back in grade school, actually. I still remember it. I was sitting with my best friend, one of my best friends in PE class, and we were just sitting on the floor, just resting, slacking off. And she was complaining about her stretch marks on her legs because she had grown very fast. Sana all. I cannot relate. And I very, very innocently was like, why? What's wrong? What's wrong? They're like tiger stripes. I was, no, literally like, oh, they're like tiger stripes. Very unknowing that it's supposed to be an insecurity. And she just looked at me like, Sebi, Sebi. And I was really confused. I was like, what? What's wrong with you? I was so nice. But I didn't know it. I didn't know it. I didn't know it. You're alive, Doggy Day. Welcome back. Welcome back. Quantum says, I first want to go to an onsen before getting a tattoo. Most you can't go when you got one. I've heard that. I think I heard that on the Distractable podcast because of Markiplier, I think. I don't remember. Damn. What's an onsen? Is that like a steamer place? Onsen. In Japan, an onsen is defined as hot water, mineral water, water vapor, and other gas gushing out from the ground and having the temperatures or substances listed in Annex 1 by a law named the hot spring. It's a hot spring. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Based. I have, oh my god, I've only ever been in a hot tub once, and it was at like Fitness First. They had one in the corner. It was so unceremonious, but I love that shit for my muscle recovery after swimming class. I miss swimming. I mean, what? I'm swimming right now. Wow, in character. Yes, I'm underwater right now. Should get a tattoo on your forehead that says forehead. I have something close to that, but it's not. It's not exactly what you described. I hope that's okay. This is all I have. Let's put that away. Thank you for the follow, Suzuki. Welcome. Welcome. Taliesin says, hey, look, we discover cool artists. We want to see what else they do. Right? Wait, what are we talking about? I'm sorry, I'm not of sound mind. I mean, I'm streaming, of course. Why would anyone? Zeke says, alright, I gotta get back to work. Good luck, have fun. Oh my god, I didn't see that. Oh my, I didn't see that, Zeke. Bye, hello, bye. I missed it. Zeke, thank you for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. Bye-bye, and thank you for the support, always, always. Excel says, you got friends? Believe it. Oh, what? I forgot I had a hydrate, redeem. I don't have water. Winter, can you pee? I'm kidding. God damn it. It's almost as if, like, moving to a different country altogether from world to world kind of limits your social circle and resets your social skills. Wow. Kaden says, Onyx came to lay on me and now he's just watching your stream. Onyx? I forgot his name was Onyx. Holy shit. Kaden, you were late to not... No, what am I saying? Kaden says, I miss swimming. I feel this. Dude, I want to swim. We have a pool nearby. It's just a few kilometers away. It's so cold. I don't swim anymore because every single pool in this country is cold. No one knows what a heater is. And I am iron deficient, and therefore I will freeze to death. I will legitimately freeze to death. I can't. Thank you for the posture check, Excel. Oh my god, I felt my spine crack in multiple places. I'm almost to the end. Yeah, I did it! We reached the end of the chat. Oh my god, I'm adding that to your Discord notes. What? If you want warm water, then go to a jacuzzi. You think we have a jacuzzi here? Pool is for cooling down. No, but it's really, really cold. To the point where like I can't handle it. That taking a shower makes my hands blue. Does that's normal, right? Because I don't have a heater in my shower, so I like manually heat up water. But sometimes I'm too lazy. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. Your hands don't turn blue. Weird. Y'all are weird. Condom says, I feel responsible for everyone calling you piss girl, and I'm sorry. No, it's funny. It's okay. Kaden says, everyone spam chat again. Make her work for the end of it. I mean, what? Hi, Seth. Hi, Kaden. What were you trying to say? You know, I was supposed to end stream 2 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago. And I was like, yeah, it's gonna be a stream. It's gonna be a short stream. I got nothing to talk about. It's gonna be a short stream. I got nothing to talk about. I'm sorry if my sebiiroo was not legible. Was not understandable. Yeah, blue hand. Like, my fingers get more greenish and then my whole palm gets blue. You didn't say anything? I'm being gaslit. Exalt says, so far I got former e-girl for my Discord notes. Former e-girl, 152. 158! 158! I measured again on stream. I'm 158 centimeters. No, you're not 152 and a half. Listen. Jingle, 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 jingle. 158 centimeters, 5'2.5". Okay? You can even add those together. I would prefer if you did that. Don't put piss girl in my Discord notes. What do I have for you? I don't remember. I think I just have little shit from the woodlands. What do I have for you? Strange little dude from the woodlands. No, yeah, that's a lot kinder than I thought. That's better than yours? Okay. Why would I argue with an English major? I'm gonna lose. Kaden says, what? No, I'd never do that to you. Don't use that tone, because every time someone's sarcastic, I have to use the e-girl voice again. Wow. Hello, everybody. This is Sebi from 2024. I talk slow and cool. I'm trying to be cool. Wow. Ew. We're never looking at old me again. Please, I don't want to go back. Anyway, Happy New Year. Happy Chinese New Year for anyone that forgot. Happy early Chinese New Year. And as a reminder, I am planning to stream January 29, Chinese New Year. Planning, okay. Detroit Become Human to celebrate 200 followers. Yay, wow. Well, because I killed Gabriel. As someone likes to remind me. But tomorrow we're gonna be playing Baldur's Gate with Bubble. Alright. You know, the guy that said raw all night, all day from the kitchen to the toilet. You remember him? Yeah. At least that's the plan. So, let's do a quick time check. It is currently 1:24 a.m. the 26th of January. Happy New Year. 2025. We have been here for 5 hours. We've been yapping for 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 31 seconds. Alright. Y'all are excited. I'm glad. Alright. And with that said, I'm sorry to say, but I believe that now is the best time to say goodbye. I really was just gonna stream for 2 hours so that I could work after. I'll try to get some work in. So, yeah, I need to go to bed. My dog needs to go to bed. Baldman's Gate. I'm very ahead of you. Yes. I'm gonna be doing some work. I'm gonna be doing some commissions. But I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, y'all. Thank you so much for giving me your precious time today. But Don't worry, I'll see you guys at the end of tomorrow. Still at the end of another day, same week. But with that said, that's the end of this stream. Yeah. Yeah. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Fade me out already, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I did an outro. You like? It's very